Chosen one, listen carefully. You are not scrolling by chance. Heaven pressed pause on everything around you to deliver this word. There is an appointment written in eternity tomorrow at 9:19 a.m., and you have been marked to receive it. Something deep in you already knows this. That inner tug, that sudden sense of weight on your spirit, is not random. It is a signal. God is calling you closer. You have been through storms that would have crushed others, but you are still standing. That alone is proof that you carry a mantle not given to everyone. Picture this: a candle burning low in a dark room. The flame looks fragile, but it holds back the entire darkness. That's you. You may feel small, but the atmosphere shifts wherever you go. And because of that, the enemy has fought you hard through rejection, betrayal, delay, even silence. But silence does not mean absence. Silence often means preparation. Think of Joseph in prison, carrying dreams he could not explain. Think of Esther, hidden in a palace until the time came. Think of Joshua, walking the desert before leading people into promise. You are walking in their footsteps. You are part of the same lineage of chosen ones, trained in obscurity, revealed at the appointed hour. That hour is near. The pendulum is about to land. Tomorrow, 9:19 a.m., heaven will breathe into your story. A young man once carried this same weight. He worked quietly, forgotten by many, mocked for his faith. He prayed, and often wondered if God even listened. But one morning, at a precise moment, his life turned. A door opened. An answer came. And what seemed delayed for years happened suddenly. Later, he discovered it was not coincidence, it was alignment. God had scheduled his breakthrough. So will it be with you. Chosen one, do not despise the waiting. Waiting has been your training ground. Waiting has sharpened your spirit. Waiting has forged your endurance. Like a bow drawn back before an arrow flies, you have been pulled into tension for maximum impact. Tomorrow, the arrow is released. The voice of God thunders in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This is not just a verse to comfort you. It is a command for this very hour. Be still. Stop striving. Stop doubting. Let God fight where you cannot. He has set the time. He has fixed the appointment. Your role is simple. Guard the hour. When 9:19 a.m. comes, step away from distraction. Protect that moment like treasure. Listen. Pray. Declare. Something will shift. And now, the invitation. If you feel this word pierce your heart, don't let it vanish into silence. Speak back. Write in the comments, I am ready. Share this so another soul waiting in darkness can hear. And subscribe if you haven't yet. Because this stream of prophecy will not stop here. This is only the beginning of what God is about to release over your life. You are chosen. You are marked. You are an arrow about to fly. A clock about to strike. A light about to blaze brighter than before. And when the appointed time comes, you will see with your own eyes that heaven's word is never late. And yet, chosen one, the Spirit is not done speaking to you. The final words you just heard were not a full stop. They were a doorway. Because after every promise comes a choice. The Lord has marked tomorrow. But he also marks today as a preparation ground. Consider the image of a farmer standing with seed in his hand. The rain clouds are already gathering. He knows the rain is promised, but he must still plant the seed before the water falls. So it is with you. The blessing, the shift, the breakthrough, they are all on schedule. But right now, your preparation is the seed. What you do between this moment and 9:19 a.m. matters. Ask yourself honestly, what is still clinging to you that cannot enter the next season? Is it fear? Is it doubt? Is it bitterness toward those who hurt you? Imagine trying to climb a mountain with heavy stones strapped to your back. You might take a few steps, but you will not last. Release them now. Say aloud, even whisper if you must, I let this go. That release is part of your readiness. You may wonder, how can I be sure this is real? Look back at your story. Notice how often you have survived what should have ended you. Notice how doors closed, but somehow you were still sustained. That is the fingerprint of God. You have been carried, even when you did not feel it. Tomorrow's hour is not a beginning from nothing. It is the unveiling of what He has been weaving quietly in your shadows. Chosen one, take courage. Even when the night is longest, dawn is inevitable. You are standing in the last stretch of night. Soon, light will break, and when it does, you will realize why the waiting was so long, because your dawn was not meant to be ordinary. It was meant to blaze. So, here is your invitation. Set aside a moment tonight before you sleep. Speak to God honestly. Lay out your fears, your gratitude, your readiness. Then rise in the morning with expectation. At 9:19 a.m., when heaven moves, your spirit will not be caught off guard. It will be aligned. And remember, this message is not for you to hoard. Someone in your circle is desperate, standing on the edge of giving up. Share this word with them. It might be the rope they need to keep holding on. Chosen one. Tomorrow your life will echo the promise. The Lord Himself fights for you. He has marked you. He has scheduled your breakthrough. And when the hour strikes, your spirit will know you are truly chosen. Chosen one. Your identity is the battlefield. Long before tomorrow's warning at 9:19 a.m., long before the promises and visions, there has been a war waged over who you are. If the enemy can confuse your identity, he can derail your destiny. That is why you have felt such resistance, not because you are weak, but because you are marked from your earliest days. You sensed you were different. You could not blend in even when you tried. There were rooms where you never quite fit, conversations where you felt out of place, moments where you looked around and wondered why your heart longed for something deeper than what satisfied others. That was never a defect. It was design. Heaven crafted you to stand apart. Think of a diamond buried in the earth. It lies in darkness, surrounded by dirt and pressure. At first glance, it looks no different from the stones around it. But within, it carries brilliance. When the light finally touches it, everything changes. Your identity is like that. For years, others may have misjudged you, overlooked you, even dismissed you. But what was hidden in you cannot be erased. It can only be revealed. Identity is more than a name. It is a calling, a mantle, a fire stamped into your very being. And so, the attacks against you have not been random. Every rejection, every insult, Every season of invisibility was an attempt to convince you that you were common. Yet deep down, you have always known there was more. That quiet knowing has been your anchor when the storms came. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, declaring a truth that echoes for you now. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you a prophet to the nations. These words are not only history, they are your present reality. You were known before you were visible. You were chosen before you had a chance to choose. You were appointed before you even understood the meaning of appointment. Consider the story of a young boy I once heard about. A boy born into poverty, raised in obscurity. Teachers told him he would never amount to much. Friends mocked his dreams. He grew up with shame pressing on his shoulders. But in the hidden places, he wrote songs, whispered prayers, and dreamed of something beyond his circumstances. Years later, doors opened in ways no one predicted. The same people who mocked him saw him elevated. When asked what changed, he said, "Nothing but God, reminding me who I was all along." No, this is the thread running through every chosen one's life. Identity is not earned, it is revealed. And when it is revealed, no force of darkness can undo it. You must understand that the enemy fears clarity. When you know who you are, you cannot be manipulated. When you know your assignment, you cannot be distracted. That is why lies have swirled around you for so long. Thoughts like, "I am not enough. I don't belong. I will always fail." These whispers are not your own. They are darts thrown at your mind to steal what heaven stamped inside of you. Yet here you stand, still listening, still pressing forward. That itself is evidence of your identity. If you were ordinary, you would have given up by now. Ordinary hearts cannot survive extraordinary storms. Only the chosen can. Imagine a tree in winter, stripped of leaves, battered by wind. It looks dead, yet beneath the bark, life pulses strong. Roots drink deep, and in the right season, green will burst forth again. That is you. What looked like seasons of barrenness were seasons of rooting. What looked like endings were preparations for beginnings. Chosen one, take a breath and let this truth settle. Your identity is secure. It does not depend on opinions. It does not depend on mistakes. It does not depend on your feelings in a given moment. It depends only on the one who formed you, set you apart, and appointed you. That cannot be revoked. Some of you have tried to run from it. You buried your calling under busyness, under Kompromisse, under Denial. But even then, the fire never fully left. You could not escape it. Because chosen identity is not something you carry, it carries you. And tomorrow's hour at 9:19 a.m. is not simply a warning, it is also a reminder. God is not just telling you what is coming, He is telling you who you are as you step into it. You are not merely surviving, you are appointed. You are not lost, you are marked. You are not overlooked, you are seen. You are not random, you are intentional. Think of Moses, arguing with God at the burning bush. He listed his weaknesses, his stutter, his fears. Yet God's answer was not to erase his flaws, but to declare his presence. I will be with you. Identity is not perfection. Identity is partnership. Your flaws do not cancel your calling. They highlight God's strength in you. You may ask, but why me? Why would God choose someone like me? The answer is simple: because His glory shines brightest through unlikely vessels. Because your story will not point to your greatness, but to His. Because the cracks in your life become the very places where His light pours out. So let the accusations fall silent. Let the doubts lose their grip. Lift your head. Stand in the truth. You are chosen, not by chance, but by divine decree. And as you carry this identity forward, remember, tomorrow's hour is not meant to crush you with fear, but to awaken you with clarity. What happens at 9:19 a.m. will not be the stripping of identity, but the unveiling of it. The world will not see just your face, they will see the imprint of heaven on your life. Chosen one. Never again say, "I am nothing." Instead, declare within your heart, "I am set apart. I am appointed. I am chosen. Chosen one." The hour is not vague. Heaven has not spoken in riddles. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. the hand of God will mark a turning. Specificity matters. God is precise, not careless. Just as He told Noah the exact dimensions of the ark, just as He directed Joshua to circle Jericho 7 times, just as He whispered to Elijah the sound of rain before a cloud appeared, so He sets before you this exact time. Do not dismiss it as coincidence. Numbers in God's timing are not random. They carry weight. They carry rhythm. They carry prophecy. The clock strikes not just because hours have passed, but because eternity presses into history. Think of a symphony. Every instrument has its moment. Every note its measure. If one enters too soon or too late, the harmony breaks. But when each obeys the conductor, the music overwhelms. Tomorrow is your measure in the symphony. At 9:19 a.m., heaven will cue you. And the note you play will not be lost. It will resonate through eternity. Let me tell you about someone who learned this truth the hard way. He was a man who ignored the timings of God, always saying, "Later, when I'm ready." Opportunities passed him like ships on the horizon. He missed friendships, assignments, doors, because he believed timing was flexible. But one day, a word struck him like lightning. You are not waiting on God. God has been waiting on you. From that day forward, he began to treat God's nudges with reverence, and everything changed. He discovered that delayed obedience is often disobedience. Chosen one. This is why 9:19 a.m. is critical. It is not just about what God will do, it is about whether you will align. Heaven can schedule, but only you can respond. You are invited into partnership with the divine, according to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9. In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. This verse is a reminder that while you may set your plans, tomorrow's hour is not built on your schedule, but His. Your heart may wander in many directions, but His hand secures the path. Imagine a train station. Trains come and go, each bound for different destinations. If you miss one, you cannot simply will it back. You must wait for the next. But not every train returns. Some journeys are once in a lifetime. So it is with tomorrow. This 9:19 is not just another passing minute. It is a train bound for your destiny. Be at the platform. Be ready to step on. Chosen one. The tension you feel tonight is holy. It is heaven pressing your spirit. urging you not to treat this casually. Delay has cost you enough already. This time, you must align. And here is where I invite you into a simple but powerful response. Write in the comments these words: "The time is now." Do not underestimate their weight. Writing them is not for me, it is for you. It is a prophetic act, a visible declaration that you refuse to postpone what God is summoning you into. Each letter becomes like a stone laid on the altar of your obedience. By choosing now, you align yourself not only with tomorrow's moment, but with the flow of your entire future. Do not overthink it. Do not wait until you feel worthy. Your declaration is not about worthiness, it is about willingness. And willingness is all heaven requires to release what is already stored for you. Chosen one. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. When the clock strikes, you will not be caught sleeping. You will be awake, aware, and aligned. And when the shift comes, your heart will know you chose now, and heaven chose you. Chosen one. Lean in a little closer. The moment we ended was not the end of the message. It was the edge of a greater unfolding. The reason 9:19 a.m. is stamped into your path is because God desires to teach you the discipline of attention. When He highlights a time, He is also highlighting your readiness. Think of a runner waiting at the starting line. The stadium is filled, the crowd buzzing, but the runner does not move until the gun is fired. 1 second too early, and they are disqualified. 1 second too late, and they lose the race. The entire victory hinges on response to a precise signal. That is you tomorrow. The hour will sound like a starter's gun, and your obedience will be the step that propels you forward. Why does this matter so much? Because timing is the language of trust. If you believe God, you will not only believe what He says, you will trust when He says it. Delayed obedience, as I told you before, often disguises itself as caution. But the truth is, it can become disobedience in slow motion. Tomorrow is a test of trust more than anything else. Let me unfold this deeper. You may have asked, what if I miss it? Here is the assurance. God is not cruel. He does not set you up for failure. If He has revealed the time, it is because He has already given you the grace to align with it. He knows your distractions, your weakness, even your fears, and still, He said 9:19. That means He has accounted for all of it. What remains is your willingness. And this is why your declaration matters. When you write, "The time is now," you are not just typing into a screen. You are training your spirit. You are saying to your heart, "I will not miss my hour," and heaven hears it as agreement. Angels respond to agreement. Spiritual doors swing open at agreement. Chosen one. Tomorrow will not catch you by surprise. You have been prepared. You have been warned. And now, you are aligning. When the hour comes, you will step forward, not with hesitation, but with holy confidence, because you declared it, you believed it, and you chose to act. Chosen one. The Spirit now turns your gaze inward. Before the appointed hour, tomorrow strikes. You are summoned to examine yourself, to stand before the mirror of heaven and allow the light of God to uncover what has been hidden. This is not a call to shame, but a call to clarity. You cannot step into destiny with the weight of unresolved burdens clinging to you. You cannot hold the sword of victory with hands still bound in compromise. Every journey of the chosen begins with an audit, not an audit of finances or possessions, but an audit of the soul. It is here, in this sacred pause, that God searches your heart and asks, what are you still carrying that does not belong in the next chapter? You have endured storms. You have overcome rejection. You have survived the night seasons. Yet even now, there may remain fragments, small agreements with fear, lingering wounds from betrayal, secret habits that no one else sees, but which drain your strength. These are the shadows that must be confronted. The Word of God pierces into this moment through the book of Psalms, chapter 139, verses 23 and 24. Search me, God, and know my heart. Test me and know my anxious thoughts. See if there is any offensive way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. This is not a verse of comfort alone, it is a bold request for exposure. David did not fear the light of God upon his heart. He longed for it. He understood that hidden darkness, if left unchecked, would one day destroy him. So, too, must you pray this dangerous prayer. Dangerous because it will not leave you as you are. Dangerous because it will strip away illusions. Dangerous because it will confront you with yourself. But freeing, utterly freeing, because what is revealed can finally be healed. Imagine your soul as a house. Some rooms are open, decorated, ready for guests. Others are locked, dusty, filled with old boxes you prefer to forget. Yet the Spirit comes, holding a lamp, knocking gently on those locked doors. Will you let him in? In the unopened rooms lie griefs you buried instead of grieving, fears you masked instead of confessing, compromises you justified instead of abandoning. The hour of audit is not condemnation, it is renovation. God does not break down doors to shame you. He steps inside to cleanse, to reorder, to prepare the house for glory. Chosen one, reflect for a moment. What patterns keep repeating in your life? Do you notice the same conflict rising in different seasons? Do you find yourself drawn back into the same cycles of distraction? These repetitions are not random. They are signs pointing to unfinished healing. Just as a wound not cleaned will fester, so unaddressed issues resurface until they are brought into the light. You may remember a season when you tried to outrun these shadows. You filled your days with noise work, entertainment, endless busyness, anything to silence the voice inside. But silence does not mean absence. Those shadows waited. And tomorrow's warning at 9:19 a.m. is heaven's way of saying, it is time to stop running. Time to face the hidden places. Let me tell you of a woman who lived this truth. She carried bitterness for years. Bitterness so subtle, she barely recognized it. Every smile masked resentment. Every success of others pricked her like a thorn. She prayed. She worshipped. But deep inside, a root grew unchecked. One day, the Spirit confronted her, saying, "You cannot carry this into the next season." She wept, confessed, and released it. From that day forward, doors opened she never thought possible. Why? Because the audit cleared space for blessing. The bitterness had been clogging the flow. Once removed, rivers of favor poured. Chosen one, hear me. The audit is not punishment. It is positioning. It is God saying, I want to entrust you with more, but I cannot pour new wine into old wineskins. He will not allow destiny to destroy you by resting on a fractured foundation. He loves you too much to overlook what must be healed. And so, he asks you, what is hidden in your heart? What fears whisper to you at night? What secret agreements keep you bound? What unforgiveness still tightens its grip? These are the stones in your path. And tomorrow's warning is not just about external events, it is about the state of your soul when the clock strikes. Think of a warrior sharpening his blade before battle. He does not wait until he is surrounded to test its edge. He prepares in advance, knowing the strike of the enemy will come. So too, this audit is your sharpening. The Spirit is asking you to lay your heart on the whetstone of truth, to let His word sharpen what has grown dull. In this audit, there are 3 layers you must face. The first layer, compromise. Small, hidden things tolerated for too long. The thought patterns, the secret indulgences, the unchecked words. They seem small, but like cracks in a dam, they threaten collapse if left ignored. The second layer, grief. Losses never fully processed. Loved ones gone. Seasons ended. Dreams unfulfilled. You buried the pain, but it still breathes beneath the surface. Grief ignored turns into hardness of heart, but grief released becomes fuel for compassion. The third layer, strength. Yes, strength. Because the audit is not only about uncovering weakness, it is also about recognizing what God has built in you. The perseverance that kept you standing, the courage that carried you through, the faith that flickered but never died. These, too, are uncovered. And when you see them, you will understand you are stronger than you believed. Chosen one. Tomorrow's hour is not only about the world around you shifting, it is about the world within you aligning. When the clock strikes 9:19, it will be too late to begin the audit. The time is now. Let God's light flood the locked rooms. Allow Him to reveal, to heal, to restore. Do not fear what He will find. He already knows. He saw it long before you did. Yet still, He chose you. Still, He marked you. Still, He called you His own. That is the miracle of grace, that He sees the worst in us and still entrusts us with His best. Imagine standing before a sculptor's masterpiece. Half-formed. Rough edges remain. Dust still clings. Pieces need chiseling. Yet the artist sees the finished form already within. So does God with you. The audit is His chisel, removing what does not belong, so the beauty hidden within can emerge. Chosen one. Take courage. To be searched is not to be abandoned. To be tested is not to be rejected. To be exposed is not to be shamed. It is to be purified. Prepared. Positioned. Tomorrow's hour will not crush you if today you allow His hand to shape you. Lift your eyes. The audit is holy. The audit is love. The audit is the Father preparing His chosen for glory. You are that chosen. And this is your hour to be made ready. Chosen one. There comes a moment in every journey when you realize you cannot move forward carrying everything you've been dragging behind you. Tomorrow's hour, at 9:19 a.m., will not wait for you to unclench your fists. It calls for you to be lighter, freer, stripped of what has held you down. This is the time to remove the dead weight. Think of a hot air balloon. Ropes tied tightly to the ground. The fire inside burns strong. The lift is ready, but the balloon cannot rise until the ropes are cut. It doesn't matter how much fire is inside if the cords keep it earthbound. That is the picture of your soul right now. There is fire in you. There is lift in you. There is calling in you, but the ropes of unnecessary weight keep you from soaring. What are these weights? Sometimes they are relationships that drain rather than build. Sometimes they are habits that numb rather than heal. Sometimes they are old words spoken over you that you keep replaying in your mind. And sometimes the weight is simply fear. Fear of stepping out. Fear of failing. Fear of being misunderstood. The Word of God reminds us in the letter to the Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, "Let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." This is not gentle advice. It is a call to action, to throw off, not to negotiate, to cut away, not to carry with compromise. You know what your weights are. Even as you hear these words, faces, memories, patterns come to mind. You don't need me to list them. You already feel their tug. And tomorrow's hour is not about stepping into destiny with shackles on. It is about running unhindered. Let me tell you a story. There was once a man who carried a heavy backpack everywhere he went. Inside were rocks, each one representing a memory, a regret, a wound. He grew so used to the weight that he forgot what it felt like to walk free. One day, another traveler asked him, "Why do you still carry those stones?" The man opened his mouth to explain but realized he had no good reason. Slowly, he began to lay the stones down. With every stone, his steps grew lighter, and for the first time in years, he ran. That is your invitation, to set down what no longer belongs, to admit that some weights you have carried are not badges of honor, but chains of delay. Chosen one, you are not being forced. This is not a condition to earn God's favor. This is an invitation to walk freer, to breathe deeper, to live lighter. God is not saying, "Lay this down or I won't love you." He is saying, "Lay this down so you can experience the fullness of the love I already have for you." And in this moment, I want to speak to your heart gently but clearly. If these words stir something inside you, if they make you nod in recognition, then this is your confirmation. You are not imagining it. You are hearing heaven's echo. If your spirit feels lighter through this message, choose to like it, as if planting a seed in the soil. Seeds are small, but they carry futures within them. If you sense someone else is carrying stones too heavy for their shoulders, share this message as if handing them a key to unlock their chains. And if you desire to stay connected to this stream of words that kindle your fire, subscribe, not as a rule, but like keeping a lantern lit in your window, a light that reminds you there is always guidance waiting. These are not conditions. They are invitations. Each act becomes a symbol, a step you take to declare, "I will not carry what weighs me down." Ender, let us return to the image of the balloon. Fire is inside. Lift is certain. But only when the ropes are cut does it rise. What ropes will you cut tonight? Which stones will you set down? Some weights may scream as you release them, whispering, "You need me," but you do not. They needed you to survive. They fed on your strength, and you carried them far longer than required. Release is not losing, it is winning back your freedom. Chosen one. Picture yourself tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. Will you be standing heavy, shoulders bent, heart cluttered, or will you be standing lighter, Hands free. Spirit unclenched. Ready for the shift. The choice is yours. And the moment is near. I tell you this with all gentleness. You were never created to crawl through life with unnecessary weight. You were designed to run, to soar, to rise. You are the balloon meant for the skies, the runner meant for the race, the warrior meant for victory. And tomorrow's hour is the signal. You cannot afford to stay tied down. Cut the ropes. Drop the stones. Walk light. Run free. Rise high. Chosen one. When the weight is lifted, something extraordinary happens within you. It is as if fire long hidden beneath ashes begins to glow again. This is the hour when the mantle, the calling, the authority, the divine appointment ignites inside of you. The flame does not come from your own striving, it comes from heaven's touch. You were not meant to live dimmed. You were meant to burn bright. Think of a coal buried deep in a fire pit. For hours, maybe days. It looks dark and cold. Yet if you breathe on it, if you stir it, sparks leap up, and suddenly, the coal that looked lifeless bursts into flame. That is what God is doing with you now. The breath of His Spirit is stirring, and the embers inside your heart are beginning to blaze. You may say, "But I don't feel qualified. I don't feel ready." Yet it has never been about your feeling. It has always been about His choosing. The mantle is not something you earn like a trophy. It is something you receive like a gift. And tomorrow, at 9:19 a.m., that gift will not only rest upon you, it will awaken within you. As the Apostle wrote in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 6, "For this reason I remind you to fan into flame the gift of God, which is in you through the laying on of my hands." This word is not about beginning from nothing. It is about stirring what already lives in you. You are not empty. You are full of potential, waiting to be set alight. Let me tell you about a young man who once lived in fear. He admired the boldness of others, but could never find courage in his own voice. He avoided leadership, avoided risk, avoided standing out. Yet one day, in a simple gathering, a word was spoken over him. "You are not hidden, you are chosen." From that moment, he felt something shift. Courage did not arrive like thunder. It arrived like a flame in his chest. At first, small, but day by day, it grew until his voice carried strength he never imagined. That is how the mantle ignites, not always with a roar, but with a steady flame that refuses to die. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the moment of ignition. Once the fire begins, darkness loses its grip. Chains that held you for years seem suddenly weaker. Fear that whispered to you for decades falls silent, because fire consumes what cannot endure. And you were made to carry fire. Picture yourself as a torch in a cave. Before, the cave was silent and suffocating. Now, the flame in your hand pushes shadows back. With every step you take, you become more than a survivor. You become a guide for others. Your light does not only protect you, it reveals the path for those behind you. This is the power of the mantle. You may feel the stirring already. A sudden boldness when you pray. A sharper awareness when you speak. A sense that heaven is closer than usual. These are signs of ignition. Pay attention to them. They are not imagination. They are evidence. Chosen one. I want you to take part in something prophetic right now. Write in the comments this number, 999. Why 999? Because it is the picture of completion, of heaven, turning endings into beginnings. Where the world sees the last line, God writes the first word of a new chapter. When you declare 999, you are saying, "My old season has ended, and the fire in me marks the beginning of what is new." It is not superstition, it is alignment. It is you putting a seal on the moment, saying, "You will not return to ashes when you were created for flame." Understand this, tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. When the mantle ignites, it may not be fireworks others can see. It may be subtle, even quiet, but inside, something irreversible shifts. You will sense courage where there was hesitation. You will feel clarity where there was confusion. You will know strength where there was weakness. The fire does not come to entertain, it comes to equip. The mantle is not for show, it is for service. God places His authority on you so that you can stand, so that you can speak, so that you can shine. And once ignited, you cannot return to being ordinary. Think again of the coal. Once aflame, it cannot pretend to be cold again. Once light shines, it cannot retreat into darkness. So it is with you, chosen one. Lift your chin, breathe deeply, let the fire stir, let the mantle rest. Do not fear the responsibility, it will not crush you. God does not ignite what He cannot sustain. He has prepared you for this. Every trial, every delay, every prayer you thought was unanswered, they were shaping you into a vessel strong enough to carry the flame. Tomorrow, at 9:19 a.m., you will not simply witness something, you will become something. A torch in the dark, a flame in the night, a chosen one, ignited for destiny. But let me unfold this deeper. Chosen one, fire that ignites must be guarded. A flame can light a city, but if left exposed, it can also be smothered by a single gust of wind. That is why tomorrow's mantle is not just about receiving it, is about protecting. Guard your fire with prayer. Guard your fire with the word. Guard your fire with the company you keep. For there are those who, intentionally or not, will try to pour water on what God has set ablaze in you. Yet, if you remain steady, your fire will not only survive, it will spread. Chosen one. Every fire that ignites draws attention. Not only heaven sees it, hell notices it too. The mantle within you is not hidden from the enemy, and his tactics are not new. What you are about to face is not random irritation or coincidence. It is the repeated pattern of a kingdom of darkness that fears your light. You need to see the enemy's fingerprints clearly, so you will not be deceived. The first pattern is distraction. It rarely comes as something obviously evil. Instead, it often arrives disguised as urgency, busyness, endless tasks that feel important but keep you from what is truly essential. A sudden flood of messages, a crisis in timing, a swirl of responsibilities. These are not always natural interruptions. They are attempts to scatter your focus. The enemy knows that if he can keep you busy, he can keep you barren. The second pattern is accusation. This one runs deep. The voice whispers in your mind, "You are not good enough. You failed before. You will fail again. You are a fraud. Who do you think you are to carry this fire?" These lies are not casual thoughts. They are fiery darts aimed at your confidence, hoping to extinguish the flame by drowning it in shame. Remember this: The accuser of the brethren has been at work since the beginning, but accusations, no matter how loud, do not erase your appointment. The third pattern is repetition of old cycles. Have you noticed how temptations you thought you outgrew suddenly return? Old habits you buried resurface? Past relationships knock on your door again? This is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of strategy. The enemy recycles what once worked, hoping you will stumble again in familiar places. But recognize it. Recycled temptation means you are advancing. He has nothing new to use. So he digs up the old. The fourth pattern is isolation. Darkness thrives when it can pull you away from others. Suddenly, you feel alone, misunderstood, disconnected. Your strength feels drained. Not because you lack power, but because you were designed to stand in community. The enemy knows one burning coal surrounded by others stays hot, but a coal pulled aside grows cold quickly. When you sense the urge to withdraw into silence, understand that isolation is not always rest. It can be warfare. The fifth pattern is delay. This one is subtle. Promises seem slow to manifest. Doors take longer to open. Prayers linger without answers. Delay is used to wear you down, to tempt you into believing God forgot. But remember, delay is not denial. It is often the stretching of your endurance so that you will not crumble when the answer finally comes. Scripture exposes this in the letter of James, chapter 4, verse 7. Submit yourselves, then, to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Notice the sequence first: submission, then resistance, then victory. Submission anchors you in God's strength. Resistance is your stance of defiance against the lies, and the result is inevitable. He flees. Not maybe, not sometimes, but always. Let me give you a picture. Imagine a chess player who uses the same moves every game. At first, the opponent may be confused, even defeated. But once the pattern is learned, the strategy loses its power. That is what this section is about. Once you recognize the enemy's repeated tactics, you cannot be trapped by them again. You begin to anticipate, to counter, to overcome. I once heard of a woman who battled cycles of doubt for years. Every time she felt God calling her deeper, fear would whisper that she was unworthy. She would step back, retreat, and settle for less. But then she recognized the pattern. She began to name the voice for what it was, not her own thoughts, but an attack meant to silence her. She spoke truth back, declared her identity, and slowly the voice weakened. Today she walks in authority because she learned to expose the scheme. Chosen one. Your awareness is itself a weapon. When you name the tactic, you strip it of its disguise. Distraction loses power when you see it for what it is. Accusation fades when you respond with truth. Old cycles break when you refuse to repeat them. Isolation shatters when you step into fellowship. Delay becomes training ground when you remember the faithfulness of God. Think of light shining into a room where shadows once hid. The shadows scatter not because they want to, but because they cannot remain in exposed places. So it is with these patterns. Once you bring them into the light of awareness, they lose their grip. Do not mistake recognition for defeat. Knowing the enemy's schemes does not mean you will never feel their pressure. It means you are no longer blind. It means you have eyes to see and a spirit equipped to resist. The battlefield will remain, but the outcome is already marked. You are chosen to endure and chosen to overcome. Chosen one. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m., as your fire burns brighter, these patterns may attempt to rise louder, but now you will not be caught off guard. You will say, I see you, I know what you are, and you will not bind me again. Men, and when you resist, remember the promise, the enemy flees, not because of your strength alone, but because of the one whose mantle rests upon you. The flame in you is not fragile, it is fueled by heaven, and no pattern of darkness can extinguish what heaven has set ablaze. Chosen one. There are moments when heaven confirms what it is about to do. Not with thunder, not with earthquakes, but with subtle signs in the quiet of the night. These signs are never random. They are whispers from eternity, small enough to miss if you are distracted, but clear enough to strengthen you if you are attentive. The sign in the night is God's way of saying, I am with you. You are not imagining this. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. is real. Oh, think of the shepherds on the hillside. They were not priests, not prophets, not kings. They were ordinary men keeping watch in the dark. Yet suddenly, a light broke through the night sky, and angels declared the birth of Christ. What was hidden in the womb of Mary became undeniable on a silent hill. The sign was not given in daylight where everyone could see, but in the night where only those watching could notice. That is the nature of God's signs. They come to those who are awake, those who are attentive, those who are waiting. The prophet Habakkuk once wrote, though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. This is the spirit of the sign. It is heaven saying, do not doubt what I promised. Look closely. I will remind you. A sign in the night can be many things. Perhaps it is a dream that stays with you after you wake. Not every dream, but the one that feels alive, almost breathing in your spirit. Perhaps it is a phrase you hear repeatedly, in songs, in conversations, even on a billboard, echoing until you realize it cannot be coincidence. Perhaps it is a sudden sense of peace washing over you when you should feel anxious. Or perhaps it is something as simple as a number, a color, or a small event that carries weight far beyond its size. Once there was a young woman burdened with questions. She doubted whether God had truly called her. Every prayer felt like it hit the ceiling. Then one night, she dreamed of standing in a wide field. A single torch was placed in her hands, and though the night was thick, the torch burned steady. She woke with the image branded in her mind. Days later, someone she barely knew spoke to her, saying, I see you carrying a torch that will not go out. In that moment, she knew the dream was her sign in the night, and the confirmation came like lightning. Chosen one, do not despise the small things. Signs are not always grand. Elijah, standing on the mountain, did not hear God in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire, but in the gentle whisper. The night sign is often gentle. It is God leaning close, saying, you don't need noise to believe. You need awareness. Oh, think of a lighthouse. Ships at sea look for its beam, not because it is the largest light in the world, but because it is consistent in the dark. In the same way, a sign in your night will not overwhelm you, it will steady you. Ask yourself, have there been moments recently when something repeated itself in strange ways? a number showing up more than once, a phrase you cannot shake, a sense you are being nudged. Do not ignore these. They may be your sign. They may be heaven's subtle signal that tomorrow's hour is set and sealed. The sign is not just for reassurance, it is for preparation. When you receive it, hold it close. Write it down. Meditate on it. Let it strengthen your faith. Because when the appointed hour arrives, the enemy will try to make you doubt, but your memory of the sign will silence his lies. You will be able to say, I saw it. I heard it. I know this moment was marked for me. No, there was once a man who struggled with despair. He cried out one night, saying, God, if you are real, give me a sign. That very night, as he walked home, the street light above him flickered and went out, then suddenly blazed brighter than before. He felt a peace settle on him. To anyone else, it was a trivial event. To him, it was life-changing. That flicker became his anchor, the sign that reminded him God had heard. Years later, when he faced trials, he would remember that night, and each time, the memory of the flicker gave him strength to go on. Chosen one. The sign in your night may not impress others, but it is not for them, it is for you. It is personal, intimate, tailored to your spirit. Heaven does not waste signs. When it comes, do not dismiss it. Do not shrug it off as coincidence. The moment you recognize it, your heart will know, this is my confirmation. This is heaven speaking. I can. And tomorrow at 9:19 a.m., when the shift arrives, you will remember the night sign. You will say, I saw it before it came. I was not left in the dark. God prepared me. The sign in the night is a love letter from heaven, written in symbols, whispered in stillness, wrapped in mystery. Stay awake, be attentive, and you will see it. Chosen one. Think of tonight as a sacred rehearsal. The sign you receive is like a lantern handed to you before the dawn, a light that will guide your steps into the morning. Without it, the path may feel uncertain, but with it, you walk steady, assured that God has already gone ahead of you. Do not rush past the moment. Pause when the sign comes. Let it sink into your heart like ink on parchment. The night speaks quietly, but what it whispers will echo loudly when tomorrow's hour strikes. Hold it close. It was written for you. Chosen one. The hour is near. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. is not just a time to be noticed. It is a moment to be prepared for. A runner does not simply appear at the starting line without stretching, without focus, without readiness. In the same way, you must prepare your spirit, the place where you pray, the atmosphere you create, the posture you bring. These will all shape how clearly you hear when heaven speaks. Think of your prayer station as building an altar. In the Old Testament, when God's people expected him to move, they set up altars of stone, not because God needed stone, but because the act of building prepared their hearts. Your altar is not stone, it is space, a space marked for God alone, a space where distractions bow and focus rises. Perhaps it is a corner of your room. Perhaps it is your kitchen table. Perhaps it is simply the quiet seat by your window. Wherever it is, consecrate it, clean it, clear it, prepare it. Let it feel different from the rest of your day. Place a Bible there. Maybe a journal. Maybe even a candle as a symbol of light. This is not ritual, it is readiness. The book of Joshua, chapter 3, verse 5. Declares, consecrate yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do amazing things among you. Notice the pattern. Consecration comes first. Then the amazing things follow. God was ready to part the Jordan, but the people had to be set apart first. So it is with you. The miracle is already scheduled, but your preparation opens the door to experience it fully. Let me tell you of someone who treated this lightly. She thought, I'll pray when the moment comes. No need to prepare. When the hour struck, distractions swarmed her, phone buzzed. Her thoughts wandered. Her spirit felt heavy. Later, she realized she had missed clarity, not because God was silent, but because she was unprepared. Compare this to another who prepared a simple space, silenced the noise, and came ready. For her, the same hour carried weight, peace, and undeniable direction. The difference was not in God's voice, but in their readiness. So, chosen one, take tonight seriously. Set aside your station. Treat it as holy ground. When you kneel, you will sense the difference. The atmosphere shifts when you declare, this space belongs to God. Now I invite you into a prophetic act. Write in the comments these words, here I kneel. Why? Because it is more than typing. It is a declaration of posture. It says, I am not standing distracted. I am kneeling prepared. I will not meet tomorrow casually. I will meet it consecrated. Those 3 words may seem small, but they align your heart with heaven's expectation. Chosen one. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. When the Spirit comes near, you will not scramble in chaos. You will already be in your station. Steady, open, ready. And when he whispers, you will hear. When he moves, you will know. When he marks you, you will be still enough to receive it. Do not underestimate the power of preparation. An athlete trains not because the start time changes, but because it is fixed. A farmer sows not because rain is uncertain, but because it is promised. And you, chosen one, prepare not because God is unsure, but because his timing is precise. So tonight, light your altar, prepare your prayer station, declare your posture. For tomorrow, the heavens will part at 9:19, and your readiness will determine your clarity. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and imagine this. A soldier who knows the exact time of battle but decides to sleep through the night without sharpening his sword, without setting his armor in place. When dawn breaks, he is startled, unready, and vulnerable. The outcome of the fight is not determined by his strength alone, but by whether he prepared before the trumpet sounded. That is why your prayer station matters. It is your sharpening ground, your armory, your place of alignment before the trumpet of 9:19 a.m. rings out. Preparation is not about performance, it is about posture. God does not need a spotless room, ornate rituals, or rehearsed words. What he seeks is the heart bent low, the spirit uncluttered, the vessel emptied of noise so it can be filled with his voice. The prayer station is your way of saying, Lord, I am expecting you. I am not rushing into this hour carelessly. I am welcoming it. M. Think of it like a table set for a guest. You do not wait until they knock on the door to scramble. You set the table in advance, so that when they arrive, you are free to sit with them, to enjoy the moment fully. Your preparation is the table, and God's presence is the feast. Tomorrow, if you set the table tonight, you will not miss the banquet of His presence. Another picture, a musician tuning their instrument before the performance. The audience may never notice the tuning, but without it, every note would clash. Your prayer station is the tuning of your soul, quieting your mind, opening the scriptures, creating space. It aligns your spirit so that when God speaks, the sound rings clear, without distortion. Some of you may say, "But my space is small. My time is short." Do not underestimate what God can do in the smallest place. A closet can become a sanctuary. A chair can become an altar. The size of the space is not the power, the surrender inside it is. Heaven bends near wherever a heart makes room. Chosen one. Do not wait until the hour strikes to prepare. Do it now, so that when the clock points to 9:19 a.m., you will not scramble. You will simply breathe. Kneel and listen. Your prayer station will already be alive, humming with expectancy, ready to host the voice of God. Chosen one. There is a mystery in God's ways. He never calls everyone, but He always calls someone. He never gathers the entire crowd, but He always gathers a remnant, a small company of hearts, ready to respond when the hour is urgent. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m., you are not meant to stand alone. There are others, scattered but chosen, waiting for the same signal. And part of your assignment is to recognize them, to gather the remnant. Picture a mosaic made of tiny, broken pieces of glass. Each piece alone looks ordinary, even jagged. But when placed together in the artist's hand, light passes through, and a masterpiece emerges. You, chosen one, are a piece of that mosaic. Others are pieces too, and only together can the full picture of God's plan shine. Gathering the remnant is not about building a crowd, it is about forming a masterpiece. Consider Gideon. He started with thousands, but God reduced the number until only 300 remained. Why? Because God does not measure victory by size, but by purity, unity, and obedience. The remnant is always smaller than expected, but stronger than imagined. Tomorrow's hour is not about how many stand, it is about who stands. There is another picture, a choir. A single voice can sing, but when harmonies unite, the sound becomes fuller, richer, powerful. Each singer may only carry one note, but together they produce a song that shakes the atmosphere. So it will be with the remnant you gather. Alone, you may whisper prayers. Together, your prayers resound like thunder. But gathering does not mean convincing. It is not forcing anyone into agreement. The remnant are not dragged, they are drawn. They feel the same pull you feel, the same urgency, the same fire. Your role is to lift your light high enough so others who carry the same flame recognize it and come closer. Chosen one. This is where your voice matters. When you share what God is doing in you, you send out a signal, like a lighthouse flashing across the dark sea. Ships that were wandering suddenly notice there is light, there is direction, there is safety. Your testimony, your declaration, your willingness to speak is that lighthouse. Others will see it and say, I am not alone. I am part of this too. I, the Apostle Paul, writing to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 27. Now you are the body of Christ, and each one of you is a part of it. You are not the whole body, but you are a vital part, and the body cannot function if the parts remain scattered. The gathering is not about numbers, it is about completion. Let me tell you of a man who once thought he had to carry everything alone. He prayed, fasted, fought battles of the soul by himself. But one day, weary and broken, he met another believer who carried the same flame. They prayed together, and suddenly, strength doubled. Soon a few others joined. What once felt heavy alone became light together. The remnant found one another, and in that gathering, miracle multiplied, chosen one. As you prepare for tomorrow, remember this: you are a torch. But even torches burn brighter when clustered together. Darkness does not fear one light, it fears a field of lights. The remnant, gathered, becomes a blaze that cannot be ignored. And here, I want to pause and speak to your heart with sincerity. If these words stir you, if you feel the beauty of belonging to a remnant, then let your response be gentle but clear. Choose to like this message as if laying your stone onto the altar, saying, "Count me in." Choose to share it if you sense someone else is part of this remnant but may still be wandering in shadows. Sharing is not pressure, it is passing them a torch, reminding them of the fire inside. And if you wish to stay connected, to continue walking with voices that carry the same anointing, subscribe. Think of it not as joining a list, but as joining a circle around a fire, a place where warmth and light never run out. These are not commands, they are invitations. Invitations to belong, to connect, to carry light, not in isolation, but in unity. Another picture. Imagine a single violin playing in a quiet hall. The sound is delicate, moving, but when the orchestra joins, the hall trembles. What you feel here is that single violin, but when you respond, when you gather, when you unite with others, the orchestra swells. The sound of heaven becomes unmistakable. Chosen one. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. You will not be standing as one solitary figure. You will be standing as part of a company, a remnant, chosen and prepared. Together, your voices, your prayers, your obedience will form a symphony of light against the darkness, and the world will know God always keeps a remnant, and you are among them. So lift your head, guard your fire, find your people, gather the remnant. The time is near, and together you will stand unshaken, chosen one. Think of tomorrow's hour as a battlefield and a wedding all at once. A battlefield because unity gives you strength to withstand the assault, and a wedding because unity binds you to others who carry the same vow before heaven. When the remnant gathers, the atmosphere shifts. The scattered voices rise like a single anthem, and the darkness trembles, not at one, but at many standing as one. This is why your preparation tonight is not only personal, it is communal. You are a torch. Yes, but tomorrow you will blaze as part of a constellation. Chosen one. There are languages that require no translation, words that bypass the lips and flow straight from the soul. Among them, the most powerful, the most piercing, the most undeniable is the language of tears. Heaven listens differently when tears are shed. For tears are not weakness, they are liquid prayers, carried to the throne room without needing to be spoken aloud. Think of Hannah, weeping bitterly in the temple. Her lips moved, but no words came forth. Eli the priest thought she was drunk, yet God heard her clearly. What Eli dismissed as confusion, God received as intercession, and from her tears came Samuel, the prophet who would anoint kings. The tears of a mother became the seed of a nation's destiny. Or consider David, the warrior and psalmist. He was not ashamed of his tears. His songs are stained with them. He wrote of beds drenched at night, of eyes worn out with weeping, of sorrow that seemed endless. Yet from those tears flowed some of the most enduring words of faith. Tears were not the end of his faith. They were the expression of it. As the writings of David remind us in Psalms, chapter 56, verse 8, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." This verse is not a metaphor of exaggeration. It is truth. Heaven does not overlook a single tear. They are counted, kept, and remembered. Tears are honest. They cannot lie. Words can be rehearsed, polished, or hidden. But tears emerge from the deepest places, the hidden chambers of the heart that language cannot touch. That is why God honors them. He knows that when you cry, it is not performance, it is essence. Chosen one. You have shed many tears in secret. Tears no one saw. Tears you wiped quickly, so no one would ask. Tears that fell silently on your pillow. While you wondered if heaven was listening, perhaps you even felt ashamed of them, as if strength meant never weeping. But strength is not the absence of tears, it is the courage to let them flow, and still rise after. There is a story of a woman who lived through years of waiting. She prayed faithfully, yet nothing seemed to change. Every night, tears marked her prayers. She thought they were wasted. But one day, a breakthrough came suddenly, and the Spirit whispered, "Not one of your tears was wasted. They watered the soil where your miracle now grows." Her tears had been seeds, and her harvest was born from them. Think of rain falling on parched ground. The earth cracks, longing for relief. Then the first drops fall. Small, fragile, yet powerful enough to awaken life hidden beneath the surface. Tears are that rain. They fall from the sky of your eyes, soaking the soil of your soul, awakening seeds God planted long ago without the rain of tears. Some seeds will never break forth. Chosen one. Perhaps you have tried to hold them back. Perhaps you told yourself, crying won't change anything. But heaven sees it differently. Crying does not mean defeat, it means surrender. It is the spirit releasing what the body cannot carry. It is the soul saying, "This is too heavy for me. Lord, take it." And God always answers such surrender. Even Jesus, standing before Lazarus's tomb, wept. He who knew resurrection was moments away, still allowed tears to flow. Why? To show that tears are holy. that even the Son of God embraced the language of weeping. Tears and power are not opposites, they are companions. Chosen one, your tears tell your story. They carry your pain, your longing, your hope, your love. They are not stains of weakness, but streams of testimony. And tomorrow, at 9:19 a.m., when the Spirit moves, those tears you thought were forgotten will rise as evidence. They will stand as witnesses before heaven, declaring, "This one has prayed. This one has endured. This one has believed." Let me give you one more image. A river carved through stone. At first, the water seems powerless against the rock. Drop after drop. It looks like nothing is happening. But over time, the rock gives way. Shaped by the persistence of the flow, your tears are that river. Each drop may feel small, but together they carve paths for miracles. Chosen one, tomorrow, when you stand in your prayer station, do not be afraid. If tears come, do not silence them. Do not wipe them away too quickly. Let them speak. Let them rise as your language before God. For in those tears is a power greater than eloquence, greater than performance, greater than silence. It is the raw, unfiltered cry of your soul, and heaven always answers that cry. So tonight, as you reflect, remember your tears are not wasted. They are collected, remembered, and honored. And tomorrow, they will be part of the testimony that you were chosen. You were prepared, and you were heard. Chosen one. There is also a hidden beauty in your tears that you may not yet see. They do not only carry your grief, they also carry your love. You weep because you care deeply for your family, for your calling, for the promise you know God has whispered to your spirit. Love that does not break into tears is often shallow, but love that weeps is love that runs deep. Every tear, then, is a testimony not of emptiness, but of fullness, fullness of love, fullness of longing, fullness of faith. Think of a garden watered daily. The soil is darkened by moisture, but in time, the darkness gives way to green. Your tears have darkened seasons of your life. Yes, but they have also prepared the ground. The signs of new life are already pushing upward, even if you cannot yet see them. Tomorrow's hour will not only acknowledge your weeping, it will reveal the growth your tears have nurtured. So do not despise the weeping. Do not regret the nights you felt undone. Heaven has gathered each drop, and what seemed like sorrow will soon return to you as strength. Your tears have built an altar, and God is ready to respond. Chosen one, clarity is priceless. Without it, you may run hard, but in the wrong direction. Without it, you may hear many voices, but miss the voice that matters most. Tomorrow's hour at 9:19 a.m. is not only about fire and signs, it is about hearing clearly what heaven is saying. That is why the Spirit calls you into a fast of clarity. Fasting is not punishment. It is not about starving your body. It is about sharpening your spirit. When you fast, you quiet the noise of your flesh so the whisper of God can be heard without distortion. It is like turning down the volume of the world so the melody of heaven rises. Think of a glass of water stirred with mud. If you keep stirring, the water stays cloudy. But if you set it aside, still and untouched, the particles settle and the water clears. Fasting is the stillness of your soul. It lets the sediment of distraction sink, so the clarity of God's will shines. The Book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 12. Declaris, even now, declares the Lord, return to me with all your heart. With fasting and weeping and mourning. This is not about ritual, it is about returning. It is about shifting your focus from everything else back to Him. Fasting for clarity does not need to be long or elaborate. Even a short fast, chosen with intention, can open your ears to heaven. Perhaps it is one meal tonight. Perhaps it is stepping away from entertainment for a few hours. Perhaps it is choosing silence instead of chatter. The length is not the power, the surrender is. What you give up is the space God fills. I once heard of a young man who faced a decision that would shape his life. He had two options before him, both appealing, both possible. Confusion clouded him. Then he chose a simple fast. He set aside food for a day and spent the hours in prayer. By evening, clarity came so sharply that he wondered why he had been confused at all. The fast had not changed God's plan. It had changed his perception. The noise was gone. The direction was clear. Chosen one. Tomorrow's hour is too weighty for clouded vision. You cannot afford to stumble in with a distracted mind. The fast is your way of saying, Lord, remove the fog. Make my eyes sharp. Make my heart steady. And He will. Think of an eagle. Its vision is so precise, it can see prey from miles away. But clarity is not only about eyesight, it is about focus. The eagle does not dart left and right at every shadow. It locks onto its target and flies. Your fast will give you eagle vision. It will strip away the distractions so that when heaven speaks, you lock onto the word without wavering. Do not overcomplicate it. Begin small. Choose something to lay down tonight. Let your hunger, your longing, your silence become your prayer. Every time your body craves what you've set aside, let your spirit say, I crave you more, Lord. That is clarity, not just in hearing, but in desiring. And now, I want you to mark this moment. Write in the comments this number, 111. Why 111? Because it is the picture of unity, your body, your soul, and your spirit aligning as one before God. When you declare 111, you are saying, I am whole. I am undivided. I am aligned for clarity. It is not superstition. It is alignment. It is you sealing this moment as preparation for what tomorrow brings. Chosen one. Tomorrow, when the clock strikes, you will not stumble in confusion. You will not drown in voices. You will stand in clarity, anchored, steady, sharp, and the words you hear will not be tangled. They will be clean, unmistakable, unforgettable. Think again of the muddy water. Tonight it is stirred, restless, clouded, but as you fast, as you pause, as you surrender, the water clears. By morning, it will be pure, so it will be with your spirit. When 9:19 a.m. comes, you will not see shadows, you will see clearly. Chosen one, do not fear this fast. It is not about losing, it is about gaining. It is not about emptiness, it is about fullness. It is not about silence alone, it is about hearing the voice that cuts through silence. Tonight, consecrate yourself, lay something down, prepare your heart. And tomorrow, Watch as clarity floods in like light breaking through dawn. Chosen one. The beauty of fasting is that it not only clears the fog, it also creates capacity. Imagine a vessel filled to the brim with murky water. If you try to pour fresh water in, it spills out, wasted. But if you empty the vessel, suddenly there is room for the new. Fasting is your emptying, so that when tomorrow's hour comes, you are not overflowing with noise, but filled with revelation. This is why clarity matters. Without it, even blessings can feel confusing. A gift placed in your hands may look like a burden if your eyes are clouded. But with clarity, you recognize it instantly for what it is: a blessing, an answer. Adore. The fast tonight is the clearing of your eyes, so that tomorrow you will see rightly. Think also of a mirror fogged by steam. You can wipe at it, but only when the steam clears does the reflection become sharp. Fasting is the clearing of the steam. It allows you to see not only God more clearly, but yourself more clearly too. And when you see yourself clearly, you stand taller, you pray bolder, you move freer. So let tonight's fast not be seen as deprivation but as preparation. It is the laying down of lesser things so you can rise to greater things. And when the hour of 9:19 a.m. arrives, you will not only hear the whisper of God, you will recognize His reflection in your own life. Unmistakably clear. Chosen one. The hour is not only about hearing, it is about speaking. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. Silence will not be enough. You must open your mouth and declare. Words hold weight in the kingdom of God. They are not simply sounds in the air, they are seeds in the soil of the Spirit. What you speak shapes what you step into. The declaration is your weapon, your compass, and your banner. From the beginning of creation, the power of words has been clear. God did not build the world with hands. He spoke it into existence. Let there be light. And light answered. If creation itself bends to spoken words, then your declarations carry the same force when aligned with heaven. Think of a soldier stepping onto the battlefield. He does not whisper his allegiance, he shouts it, so that both ally and enemy know where he stands. Declarations are like that. They are not timid, they are bold. They announce to heaven, to earth, and to darkness that you know who you are and whose you are. But many stumble here. They think declarations must be complicated, rehearsed, eloquent. They are not. They must be true. They must be spoken with faith. A whisper of truth, said with conviction, shakes more than a shout of doubt. Scripture says in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 12, verse 37, "For by your words you will be acquitted, and by your words you will be condemned." This is not poetic exaggeration. It is a law of the Spirit. Your words either release freedom or tighten chains. Your declaration tomorrow will set the tone for the season to come. So how do you speak the declaration? First, speak it aloud. Thoughts matter, but words carry sound waves that ripple beyond you. The atmosphere shifts when sound is released. Darkness cannot read your mind, but it hears your voice. When you declare truth, you push back shadows. Second, declare with Scripture. The Word of God is sharper than any sword. When you lace your declarations with Scripture, you wield divine authority. You are not just speaking your hope, you are echoing heaven's decree. When you say, I will not fear, for God has given me power, love, and a sound mind. You are not reciting, you are legislating. Heaven agrees, and hell retreats. Third, declare with specificity. Do not only say, bless me. Say, I will walk in clarity. I will rise in courage. I will cut the ropes that tie me down. I will see doors open. Specific declarations target specific chains. A vague word leaves room for confusion, but a sharp word pierces directly. Think of an archer. If he shoots an arrow without aiming, it may fly, but it will not hit. But if he fixes his eyes on the target, every movement sharpens. Your declarations must be aimed words, not scattered ones. Fourth, declare with repetition. One arrow may strike, but many arrows weaken the wall. Declare again and again until the truth becomes the loudest voice in your life. Every repetition is another strike against the fortress of doubt. There was once a woman tormented by fear. She woke at night with panic, unable to rest. One night, she began to speak aloud, a simple declaration: I will not fear. God is with me. At first, her voice trembled, but she kept speaking. Night after night, she repeated it. Slowly, the fear weakened. Within weeks, the panic was gone. Her declaration had carved freedom into her atmosphere. Chosen one, your voice carries the same potential. What you declare tomorrow is not ritual, it is warfare. Your silence gives space for lies to linger. Your words clear the ground and plant truth. Imagine standing in a dark room. If you strike a match, the darkness flees. Your declaration is that match. Every word spoken with faith sends light into the shadows. But there is more. Declarations are not only for battle, they are for building. Think of builders laying bricks. Each word you speak is a brick set in place. Over time, they form walls, houses, temples. Your future is built not only on what you do, but on what you say. Speak carelessly, and you build weak walls. Speak faithfully, and you build strong ones. There was a man who often said, I'm cursed. Nothing ever works for me. And his life seemed to prove it true. But the reality was that his words were shaping his perception, his choices, even his outcomes. Later, when he began to change his declarations, his life changed too. Instead of, I'm cursed, he began to say, I am blessed. God is with me. Slowly, doors opened, relationships healed. The shift began not with new opportunities, but with new declarations. Chosen one. Tomorrow, you must not only hear, but also speak. Prepare your words tonight. Write them if you must. Think of what you need to declare. Freedom, courage, clarity, fire, restoration. And when the hour comes, do not hesitate. Speak boldly. Speak clearly. Speak faithfully. The declaration is not for God's benefit, He already knows. It is for yours. It is for the enemies. It is for the atmosphere around you. Words shift realms. Your declaration seals your alignment with heaven. And if tears come while you speak, let them flow. Tears and declarations together form a river of truth. They cleanse. They carry. They confirm. Chosen one. See yourself tomorrow, kneeling in your prayer station. The clock striking, 9:19. Your voice steady, your words sharp. You are not begging, you are declaring. You are not whispering fear, you are shouting truth. Heaven leans in. Darkness trembles, and your own heart strengthens. Speak, and the walls fall. Speak, and the chains break. Speak, and the fire blazes higher. Speak, and the future opens wide. Chosen one. The path you walk is not light-hearted. It carries weight, because heaven's plans and hell's schemes meet upon it. You must understand the balance of mercy and judgment, for they are not enemies, but companions in the justice of God. Mercy stretches wide, giving space to turn, to repent, to align. Judgment draws the line, declaring, "No further." Together, they shape the road of destiny. Mercy is the hand extended. It is God saying, "I see your weakness, yet I choose to lift you." Judgment is the boundary stone. It is God saying, "I will not let rebellion cross unchecked." One without the other creates imbalance. Mercy without judgment would indulge sin forever. Judgment without mercy would crush humanity instantly. But the God who calls you chosen walks in perfect balance. Think of a river. On either side are banks of earth. Without the banks, the water would flood and destroy. Without the water, the banks would be dry and lifeless. Together, river and banks create life. Mercy flows like the water. Judgment stands like the banks. Both are needed for the current of destiny to move. Chosen one. Tomorrow's hour, at 9:19 a.m., is not only about gifts and blessings, it is also about this balance. Heaven does not only promise comfort, it warns. For every chosen one, there comes a moment when mercy's space begins to narrow, and judgment presses near. This is not cruelty, it is love. It is God refusing to let you drift. So far you cannot return. The Book of Romans, chapter 2, verse 4, declares, "Do you show contempt for the riches of his kindness, forbearance and patience, not realizing that God's kindness is intended to lead you to repentance?" Mercy is not permission to continue in compromise. It is the rope pulling you back before the cliff edge. It is patience designed to provoke change, not to excuse delay. Consider Israel in the wilderness. Mercy rained manna every morning. Water flowed from rocks. Their clothes did not wear out. Yet judgment came when they continually rebelled, refusing to trust the one who sustained them. Mercy gave provision. Judgment drew the line. Those who would not trust could not enter the promise. The balance was not arbitrary. It was the rhythm of God's justice. Chosen one. Examine your life. Where has mercy covered you again and again? Where has judgment warned you? Not to destroy you, but to redirect you. Do not treat mercy as a blanket to hide under while continuing in shadows. Mercy is the open door. Judgment is the reminder that doors can close. There was once a man who lived double-minded. He worshipped with his lips, but lived divided in his heart. Time after time, God showed him mercy, shielding him from the consequences of his choices. But eventually, a moment came when judgment fell not to annihilate him, but to wake him. In that shaking, he realized mercy was never endless indulgence. It was time-limited opportunity. His repentance came late, but it was real. and his story stands as a witness. Mercy invites, but judgment insists. Chosen one, understand the seriousness of tomorrow. At 9:19 a.m., heaven does not only move to bless, it also moves to weigh the posture of your heart, to weigh your obedience, to weigh whether mercy has produced change or whether judgment must intervene. This is not meant to paralyze you with fear, but to awaken you with urgency. Fear without hope crushes, but holy reverence empowers. If you feel conviction even now, that is mercy speaking. Mercy still stands. Judgment has not yet closed the door. Think of a candle burning low. The flame flickers, almost dying, yet a breath revives it. That breath is mercy. But if ignored, the wick will vanish, and no breath will help. That is judgment. The time to respond is always now. You may ask, but how do I know if I have exhausted mercy? The very fact that you ask proves you have not. The hardened do not question. The convicted still feel the pull. If your heart stirs, if your spirit trembles, mercy is near. Take it. Do not delay. Judgment comes when mercy is rejected repeatedly, when warnings are ignored, when conviction is silenced. It is not God abandoning, it is God honoring your choice to resist him. And that is why this moment matters. The Spirit whispers, do not push away what is calling you closer. Amen. Think of a courtroom. Mercy is the lawyer pleading. There is still hope, still time. Judgment is the gavel saying, case closed. You live in the space before the gavel falls. This space is sacred. Do not waste it. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m., as the mantle ignites and clarity comes, this balance will be felt. You may sense God's mercy lifting you, but you may also sense his judgment drawing boundaries. Do not resist either. Both are love. Both are part of being chosen. There was once a King Saul who treated mercy lightly. He excused disobedience, dressed rebellion as sacrifice. Judgment came. The kingdom torn from his hand. Contrast him with David, who, though he failed, always returned, always wept, always sought mercy. Judgment disciplined David, but mercy restored him. One ended in ruin, the other ended in covenant. The difference was not perfection, it was response. Chosen one. Hear this with clarity. Mercy is your invitation, judgment is your safeguard. Do not despise either. Tonight, bow low under mercy's covering. Tomorrow, stand firm under judgment's boundary. Both will prepare you for the fire that awaits. And remember, mercy is not weakness, and judgment is not cruelty. They are the twin pillars that hold you steady on the narrow path. One embraces, one restrains, but both lead you forward. So let your heart be sober, let your spirit be awake. At 9:19 a.m., the kindness of God and the seriousness of God will meet in one moment, and you, chosen one, will walk the line between them, upheld by both. Chosen one. When the hour comes, there will be no delay between the call and the test. What is placed before you at 9:19 a.m. will not be abstract, it will be immediate. The Spirit does not prepare you for a distant someday, He prepares you for a now. The immediate test is not a trial you can postpone. It arrives suddenly, quietly perhaps, but with eternal weight. Think of Abraham, walking with Isaac up the mountain. The call had been clear, but the test was immediate. No time to negotiate, no time to delay. Each step pressed his faith into obedience, and when the test was complete, heaven declared his faith genuine. The immediacy of the test revealed the depth of his trust. Chosen one. So it will be with you. The test will not wait for your comfort. It will not knock politely and give you weeks to decide. It will come tomorrow, in the moment marked, and what you choose will echo. Do not be afraid. This is not to destroy you, but to prove you. The test is evidence that God trusts you with responsibility. The Book of James, chapter 1, verse 3. Because you know the testing of your faith produce perseverance. The test is not meant to break you, but to build you. What feels like pressure is in fact the formation of endurance. Perseverance is not learned in comfort. It is birthed in trials. But let me tell you, the immediate test may not look like what you expect. It may be as simple as forgiving when anger surges, speaking truth when silence feels safer, or stepping forward when retreat seems easier. Tests often wear ordinary faces, yet heaven sees them as altars. There was once a woman who prayed for years for breakthrough. She expected her test to come as a great challenge, something dramatic. But when the moment came, it was quiet, a chance to speak kindness to someone who had wounded her. She nearly missed it, dismissing it as trivial. Yet later, the Spirit whispered, "That was your test, and your kindness was your victory." She wept, realizing the test had been immediate and disguised in simplicity. Chosen one. Prepare your heart. Do not look only for the dramatic, look also for the subtle. Heaven measures both. Now, I pause to invite you into something beautiful, not because you must, but because you may. If these words stir you, like this message, as though you are pressing your fingerprint into wet cement, leaving a permanent mark that says, "I was here. I chose to be ready." Now, if you sense someone else may face their immediate test tomorrow, share this as though you are passing them a lamp in a dark tunnel. A lamp does not drag anyone forward, but it lights the way if they choose to walk. And if you desire to keep walking with words that remind you of your calling, subscribe, not as obligation, but as if you were planting your chair around a campfire, deciding to stay where warmth and light are constant. And in the comments, write, "I stand ready." Think of it as planting your staff in the ground before the battle, marking your position, declaring that you will not run when the test comes. These are not requirements. They are metaphors. They are ways of choosing publicly what your spirit is already deciding privately. Chosen one. When the test arrives, do not shrink back. Remember the stories of those who faced theirs: Abraham with his son, Esther before the king, Daniel in the lion's den. None of them had time to rehearse. The test was immediate, and their courage opened doors not only for themselves, but for generations. Picture yourself tomorrow. The clock strikes 9:19 a.m. Something unfolds before you, perhaps an opportunity, perhaps a choice, perhaps a temptation. In that moment, your preparation, your fasting, your prayers, your tears all converge, and your response becomes your declaration. Heaven watches, not with harshness, but with anticipation. Angels lean in, waiting to see the flame of your obedience burn. The immediate test is not to expose your weakness, but to reveal your strength. You are more ready than you believe. You are more equipped than you feel. All of heaven's preparation has been leading here. Chosen one. Stand firm. Speak truth. Act with courage. Tomorrow's hour is not just about promises, it is about proving. And once the test is endured, the crown will follow. Chosen one. Let your spirit lean forward into this truth. The immediate test is not a trap, but a threshold. What feels like a challenge is in fact a doorway. When you step through it, you will find that the weight pressing against you was not designed to crush you, but to shape you into one who can carry glory. Think of a key being pressed into soft wax. The pressure leaves a mark, an imprint that cannot be erased. So it is with your test. It imprints something eternal onto your life. A seal that declares you endured. You believed. You stood. Long after the moment passes, the mark remains, visible not only to heaven, but to your own heart. And know this, the crown promised is not some distant jewel placed on your head in a far-off eternity. It begins now. The crown of life is the authority, the clarity, the peace you step into when you overcome. Tomorrow, as you endure the immediate test, you will feel it like a weight lifting, like air rushing into lungs, like sunrise after endless night. That crown will not only rest on you, it will shine through you. Others will see it, even if they cannot name it. So prepare your heart. Do not fear the pressure. The test is the doorway, and beyond it, the reward awaits. Chosen one. Imagine with me for a moment. You have endured the test. The hour of 9:19 a.m. has passed, and you did not shrink back. You chose courage. You chose obedience. You chose to stand. And now the atmosphere shifts. You sense it first, not with your eyes, but with your spirit, as though a curtain long drawn across your vision begins to part. What lies beyond is not ordinary. It is a realm of fulfillment, a vista of promise, a landscape painted by the hand of God Himself. In this vision, you see yourself standing on a mountain ridge. Behind you lies the valley where you wrestled, where shadows whispered, where tears watered the ground. The valley is real, but it no longer defines you. Before you stretches a horizon, vast and golden, fields ready for harvest, rivers gleaming in the sunlight, paths carved that you did not make but are invited to walk. The Spirit whispers, "This is the fruit of endurance. This is what lies beyond the test." Ed, think of Joseph. Years locked in prison, forgotten by men, but not by God. When his test was complete, a new season opened in a single day. From prison garments to royal robes, from silence to authority. The test was immediate, but the reward was enduring. You, too, will feel that sudden shift, the sense of being lifted, placed, and entrusted with more than you imagined. The book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3, declares, "To bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, a garment of praise instead of despair." These are not poetic metaphors alone. They are exchanges written into your destiny. Ashes for beauty, mourning for joy, despair for praise. This is the reality after the test. divine exchange. Chosen one. Let the imagery sink in. Ashes are what remained from what burned, what you lost, what you wept over. Yet in the vision, those ashes fall from your hands, and in their place, jewels appear. The very places of pain are transformed into adornments of honor. What once smelled of smoke now shines with fragrance. You do not merely survive, you are crowned. See also the oil of joy being poured over you. In the vision, it is as though a vessel tips, golden oil flowing, soaking your head, dripping over your shoulders. It is warm, fragrant, heavy with meaning. Oil in Scripture marks kings, priests, prophets, and this oil does more than anoint, it heals every scar, every crack, every dryness in you softens. Where mourning weighed you down, joy now lifts you. This is not happiness fragile as a mood. This is joy anchored as a mantle. And then comes the garment of praise. You see yourself clothed differently, not in heaviness, but in lightness. It is as though despair itself slips from your shoulders, replaced by a cloak woven of songs. When you move, the garment shimmers. When you breathe, it sings. Praise no longer has to be forced from your lips. It flows naturally, for your very being is clothed in it. Chosen one. This is not fantasy. It is vision. It is the Spirit's way of showing you what follows obedience. Trials end. Seasons shift. Morning comes after the longest night. And when it comes, it is not a quiet dawn. It is a blazing sunrise. Let me tell you a story of a man who endured relentless loss. His business collapsed. His family fractured. His health failed. For years, he lived in what felt like ashes, but he did not turn away. He whispered prayers when words were few. He stood when standing seemed impossible. One day, unexpectedly, opportunities opened. He was entrusted with work that matched his passion, reconciled with family long estranged, and his body found strength again. Looking back, he said, "The ashes were real, but they were not final. The exchange was waiting all along." Then, so it will be for you. The ashes are not final. The exchange is near. Chosen one. Picture again the horizon. Beyond the mountain ridge, you see not only landscapes of promise, but also people, faces you have yet to meet, voices you have yet to hear. They wait on the other side of your endurance. Your victory is not for you alone. It is a torch meant to ignite others. The test you passed becomes their testimony. Your obedience becomes their invitation. Imagine walking into a hall filled with torches, one by one. As you step in, flames leap from your torch to theirs. Soon the room blazes. That is what happens when you endure. The flame in you spreads. The remnant we spoke of earlier begins to shine brighter because your light has joined theirs. The vision is communal, not solitary. Destiny is shared, and yet, even in the crowd, the Spirit makes it personal. You are not lost among the many. In the vision, you see your name written on a stone. Unique, unmistakable. Heaven knows you individually, not just collectively. The reward is not generic, it is tailored. Chosen one. Hear this. After the test comes trust. God will entrust you with more influence, more responsibility, more authority. Do not fear it. If the test has shaped you, the trust will not crush you. You are ready, though you may not feel it. The very weight you feared becomes the crown you carry with ease, because perseverance has strengthened your shoulders. The vision concludes, not with you standing still, but walking forward. The mountain ridge is behind, the valley is past, and the golden horizon calls. Each step feels lighter, stronger, freer. The ground beneath you seems alive, the air charged, the future open, and the Spirit whispers once more, this is why the test came not to end you, but to usher you here. Lo, chosen one, let this vision burn in your spirit. The test may feel heavy, but beyond it is beauty, joy, praise, trust, and destiny. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. is not an end, it is a threshold. Step through and see the vision unfold. Chosen one. Every vision of promise is contested. Every threshold you cross into destiny awakens a storm in the unseen. The battle you face is not with flesh and blood, it is with principalities, powers, and spiritual forces that rage against your light. This is the battle in the heavens. It is not waged with swords of iron, but with decrees, with worship, with the unseen armies of God moving on behalf of His chosen. Lift your eyes to see it. Imagine the skies above you, not as empty blue, but as a vast theater where armies gather. On one side, forces of darkness, disciplined in deception, armored in lies, moving with precision to steal, kill, and destroy. On the other side, radiant hosts clothed in light, blazing with fire, swords drawn, ready to defend the purposes of God. Between them lies the contested ground, your life, your calling, your tomorrow. The Book of Daniel, chapter 10, verse 13, records, "But the prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me 21 days. Then Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, because I was detained there with the king of Persia. This is no myth." Daniel prayed, and his answer was dispatched immediately. But a battle in the heavens delayed its arrival. The unseen war was real, and angelic reinforcements were required. The lesson is clear. When you pray, when you declare, when you obey, the heavens respond, but the enemy resists. Chosen one, your endurance is not small. Every prayer you whisper, every tear you shed, every declaration you speak joins this battle. You may not see swords clashing, but heaven does. And each time you choose faith over fear, you empower the armies of light. Each time you resist temptation, you weaken the grip of darkness. You are not a spectator, you are a participant. Picture a battlefield lit by fire. Shadows surge like waves, roaring with fury. But light does not retreat. The angels of God press forward, their voices like thunder, their swords like lightning. Above it all, the throne of God stands immovable, His decree echoing across the heavens. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. This is not poetry, it is law. Weapons may form, but they will not prevail. Understand this. The battle is fiercest right before breakthrough. Darkness fights hardest when it senses it is losing. The enemy knows tomorrow's hour holds power, so he throws confusion, fear, delay, distraction. But do not be deceived. These are not signs of defeat. They are signs you are close. There was once a man who fasted and prayed for breakthrough in the final nights. He was assaulted by nightmares, doubts, even illness. He nearly gave up, believing he had failed. But when he pressed through, the answer came like a flood. Later, he realized the resistance was confirmation, not rejection. The darkness had sensed the dawn and tried desperately to hold it back. So it is with you, chosen one. The shaking you feel, the pressure you sense, the strange heaviness before the hour. These are not random. They are indicators of a battle raging in the heavens. And your posture matters. When you kneel, heaven advances. When you lift your voice, angels strike. When you worship, darkness trembles. Think of Jericho. The walls did not fall because of human strength, but because of obedience paired with heaven's power. The marching, the shouting, the trumpets, these were earthly acts aligned with heavenly warfare. Tomorrow, at 9:19 a.m., your acts will align the same way. Heaven will fight, but you must stand. Chosen one. Let your imagination open wide. Picture chains snapping in the unseen, scrolls of accusation burning in the fire of God's presence, angels sweeping through like a mighty wind. Picture darkness scattering not because it chooses to, but because it must. This is what your endurance secures. Do not underestimate worship in this battle. Worship is not just song, it is alignment. When you worship, you declare that God is enthroned above every power. Darkness cannot withstand a heart bowed in worship. For worship shifts authority back into its rightful place. The enemy thrives on lies, but truth is his undoing. He thrives on fear. But courage unravels him. He thrives on silence. But déclaration dismantles him. This is why your obedience matters. It is not private alone, it is cosmic. Chosen one. Understand also that the battle is not endless. Victory has already been decreed. The cross was the ultimate triumph. The empty tomb, the ultimate proof. What you face is not a question of who wins, but a matter of whether you endure until the victory manifests. The war is won, but battles remain. And you are enlisted, not in vain, but in glory. Let me tell you of another vision. A woman once saw herself in prayer. Around her were shadows whispering, mocking, pressing close. She felt weak, as though her words were bouncing back at her. Then suddenly, she saw angels standing, towering, their swords ablaze. With every word she spoke, the angels struck. She realized her prayers were not empty, they were weapons. The shadows fled, not because she was loud, but because she was aligned. So too with you. Every whisper of faith is a sword in the hand of angels. Every act of obedience is a strike against the enemy. You may feel small, but the battle magnifies your faith. Heaven takes what you offer and multiplies it into power. Chosen one. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. As you stand ready, know that the heavens fight with you. You are not alone. You never were. Michael and his hosts still stand, and the throne still rules. The battle is fierce, But the outcome is certain. Light wins. And when the hour passes, when the dust clears, you will not only see breakthrough, you will carry scars turned into stories, battles turned into banners, resistance turned into testimony. You will know not only that God fought for you, but that you fought with him. Lift your head. The battle in the heavens is real, but so is the victory. You were chosen for this fight, and you were chosen to win. Chosen one. Every battle leaves marks. Some marks are scars that remind you of the pain you endured. Others are trophies that remind you of the victories won. But whether scar or trophy, they all tell a story that you passed through the fire and you are still standing. The healing after the battle is not an afterthought. It is part of the promise. For God does not simply bring you through, he restores what was wounded along the way. Think of Elijah after Mount Carmel. Fire fell. Prophets of Baal were defeated. Heaven's glory was undeniable. Yet immediately after, Elijah collapsed under a broom tree, weary and despairing, saying, "I've had enough." Lord, the victory was real, but so was the exhaustion. And what did God do? He sent an angel with bread and water, saying, "Get up and eat, for the journey is too much for you." The healing came not with condemnation, but with care. Chosen one. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. When the dust of your battle settles, you too will need this bread and water. Healing does not question your strength. It honors the cost of your fight. God knows every wound you carried, every tear you shed, every fear you overcame. And his promise is not only that you will survive, but that you will be healed. The Book of Psalms, chapter 147, verse 3, declares, "He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds." This is not symbolic, it is literal in the spirit. The healing of your heart, the mending of your spirit, the binding of invisible wounds is as real as the scars on your body. Let me tell you a story of a man who fought years of spiritual battles. Outwardly, he was victorious. Inwardly, he was scarred, fear still whispered, memories still haunted, doubt still lingered. Then one night, in quiet prayer, he felt as though oil was poured over his heart. The fear that had clung to him for years melted away. His scars remained, but they no longer bled. Healing had come. From that night on, he carried peace where turmoil once reigned. Chosen one. That same healing is yours. Your scars may remain, but they will no longer ache. The memories will stay, but they will no longer torment. What once weighed you down will become testimony. This is the power of healing. It transforms pain into story, wounds into wisdom, loss into legacy. Imagine your soul as a battlefield after war. Smoke rises. Ground is scarred. Weapons are scattered. It looks desolate. Yet as days pass, rain falls. Grass pushes through the cracks. Flowers bloom where blood once stained. Healing is that rain. It falls gently, but persistently, turning desolation into beauty. Soon, the battlefield is no longer remembered for destruction, but for renewal. Chosen one. Healing is not weakness. It is part of victory. Warriors who never rest, never recover, soon collapse. But those who allow healing rise stronger for the next season. God is not only your commander, he is your healer. He does not only send you into battle, he binds your wounds afterward. And here is where I invite you to act prophetically. Write in the comments this number, 4,444. Why 4,444? Because it is the picture of completeness and stability. 4 corners of the earth, 4 winds of heaven, 4 walls of a strong house multiplied. By writing 4,444, you declare, I am healed, I am stable, I am whole. What was broken in me is being rebuilt stronger than before. This is not superstition, it is alignment. Numbers are symbols, and this one symbolizes the firm foundation God is giving you after the shaking. Chosen one. Tomorrow, when the battle subsides, do not rush past the healing. Sit in it. Let his oil pour. Let his spirit whisper. Let his hands bind what was wounded. Healing will not erase what happened, but it will restore you so that what once hurt will one day shine as part of your glory. Picture this, a potter holding a vessel cracked from fire. He does not throw it away. He mends it with gold, filling the fractures until the cracks gleam brighter than the rest of the clay. This is what God does with you. Your wounds become places where his glory shines most visibly. The enemy meant them as marks of shame, but heaven makes them marks of beauty. So, chosen one, lift your eyes. Healing is not coming, it is here. Tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. As victory is sealed, restoration flows. And when you walk from the battlefield, you will not limp in shame, you will walk in strength. Chosen one, understand this. Healing is not the absence of memory, but the transformation of it. The memory of wounds will remain, but they will no longer bind you. They will teach you. Where once you felt shame, you will feel wisdom. Where once you felt weakness, you will see evidence of God's strength. Healing is not forgetting. It is seeing the same story through heaven's eyes. And healing does not happen only within you. As you are restored, your very presence becomes healing to others. When people encounter you, they will feel peace they cannot explain, hope they cannot deny. Just as a tree healed by seasons produces shade and fruit, so too will your restored life shelter and nourish those who cross your path. So, do not rush. Healing is not wasted time, it is sacred time. Let every wound become a window where God's light shines through. That, chosen one, is the true beauty of restoration. Chosen one. Healing is never the end, it is the beginning. When the wounds are bound and the scars no longer bleed, something greater arrives. What follows restoration is the mantle, the visible sign that heaven has entrusted you with authority. Authority is not simply a word spoken, it is a weight worn. It is the mantle that distinguishes you as one who has walked through fire and come out refined, one who can now carry what others cannot. Picture Elijah and Elisha. Elijah's mantle was more than cloth, it was the symbol of his calling, the covering of his authority, the sign of his alignment with heaven. When he ascended, the mantle fell not as a souvenir, but as a transfer. Elisha picked it up, and when he struck the Jordan, the waters parted for him, just as they had for Elijah. The mantle is not about possession, it is about succession. It is heaven declaring, "This one now carries what was carried before. I, chosen one." Tomorrow's hour at 9:19 a.m. is not only about passing a test or finding healing, It is about receiving your mantle. You may not see cloth fall from the sky, but you will feel it. The weight of responsibility, the fire of authority, the shift of identity. No longer are you simply one walking in survival. You are one entrusted to carry heaven's purposes with authority. The book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 5, declares, "No one will be able to stand against you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will never leave you nor forsake you." This is mantle language. Just as Moses carried, Joshua carried. Just as the presence walked with the former, it remained with the latter. The authority shifted, but the source remained the same. Chosen one. Authority is not arrogance. It does not shout to prove itself. True authority is quiet but undeniable. It is like the ocean, silent at times, but its weight is irresistible. When you carry authority, atmospheres shift without you forcing them. Demons tremble, not because you are loud, but because heaven is present with you. Imagine walking into a room where conflict swirls, tempers flare, confusion reigns. Then you step in, and though you say little, peace begins to settle. That is authority. It is not manipulation, it is manifestation. The mantle you carry announces to the unseen realm, "This one walks under heaven's covering." But know this, authority is costly. It is given not to the comfortable, but to the proven. That is why the test came. That is why the battle raged. That is why the tears flowed. Heaven does not waste mantles on the unprepared. Authority rests only on shoulders strengthened by surrender. There was once a young woman who endured years of rejection, time and again. Doors closed. Voices mocked. Opportunities vanished. Yet she remained faithful. When her season shifted, she was entrusted with influence far beyond her years. And though others marveled at her confidence, she knew it was not confidence, it was authority. Her scars had prepared her shoulders for the weight of the mantle. Chosen one. So too with you. Do not despise the path that seemed harsh. Every valley carved your strength. Every battle forged your courage. Every scar prepared your skin for the mantle's weight. And now, when it falls, you will not crumble, you will stand. See the mantle in vision. It rests on you like fire woven into fabric. Weighty, but not crushing. Bright, but not blinding. It covers you, yet it also flows from you. Wherever you walk, the mantle moves with you, announcing your calling even before you speak. People will not always understand why they feel drawn, why they feel convicted, why they feel peace near you, but it will be the mantle speaking. Authority also means responsibility. You will be called to speak when silence is easier, to act when delay feels safer, to stand when others bow. The mantle is not given for comfort, but for commission. It is not a decoration, but a duty. But do not fear. If heaven has placed it, heaven will sustain it. Think of a shepherd's staff in the hand of a boy. It seems ordinary. In the hand of Moses, under God's authority, it parts seas, strikes rocks, and defeats enemy. Authority transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. So too, with you, what you carry may seem simple, but under the mantle, it will multiply into miracles. Chosen one. Do not resist the mantle. Some fear it. believing they are unworthy. But hear this: no one is worthy in themselves. Worthiness is not the qualification, obedience is. The mantle does not fall because you are flawless, it falls because you are yielded. Heaven is not searching for perfection, but for surrender. And when the mantle rests, do not hide it. Authority is not meant to be buried, but displayed not for pride, but for purpose. The world needs your mantle, because through it, heaven touches earth. Let me give you one more image: a crown set on the head of a monarch. The crown does not make the person royal, the bloodline does. But the crown announces it publicly. In the same way, the mantle does not make you chosen, you already are. But the mantle announces it, both in heaven and on earth. Chosen one. Tomorrow, when you sense the mantle, do not brush it aside. Wear it with humility. Walk in it with courage. Let it flow into every word you speak, every step you take, every prayer you release. The mantle is not for your comfort, it is for your calling. And with it, you will walk into a new season of authority. Unshaken, unstoppable, unmistakably chosen. Chosen one. When a mantle is placed on your shoulders, the question is no longer, will you receive it, but will you guard it? Authority is not fragile, but it is precious, like fire entrusted to your hands. It can either warm multitudes or be extinguished by neglect. To guard the mantle is to recognize that what you carry is sacred, and sacred things must be treated with care. Think of a farmer entrusted with seeds. The seeds are potent. Inside them lies a harvest beyond imagination. But if he leaves them exposed to birds, or neglects to water them, they wither. Guarding the mantle is like tending the seed. It means protecting, watering, nurturing what has been entrusted until the harvest bursts forth. Or imagine a knight given a sword crafted by the king's own hand. The blade is unbreakable, the edge sharper than any other. But if the knight leaves it to rust, the weapon becomes dulled. The mantle of authority is that sword. It is strong, yes, but it requires stewardship. You polish it with prayer. You sharpen it with the word. You wield it with obedience. The book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 23, declares, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. This is the center of guarding the mantle. The mantle rests on the heart. If the heart grows careless, the mantle feels heavy. If the heart stays pure, the mantle flows freely. Chosen one. Guarding your mantle does not mean isolating yourself in fear. It means staying vigilant in love. It means keeping your posture humble, your focus clear, your devotion alive. The enemy cannot steal your mantle outright, but he can tempt you to neglect it. Distraction is his strategy. Pride is his weapon. Compromise is his whisper. Guarding the mantle means saying no to all three. Let me tell you a story. A young man once received a position of great influence. He began with zeal, praying fervently, walking humbly. But over time, success made him careless. He spoke less with God and more with his own ambitions. Slowly, the mantle lost its flow. His authority remained outwardly, but the fire within dimmed. Years later, in repentance, he realized the mantle had not left him, but he had stopped guarding it. Chosen one. Let that not be your story. Guard your mantle as a soldier guards his banner in battle. The banner is more than cloth. It is identity, direction, morale. If the banner falls, the army falters. Your mantle is your banner. Guard it high. Keep it flying. And here, let me pause to speak from the heart. If these words resonate, if you sense the beauty of this responsibility, then let your response be an act of alignment, not obligation. Choose to like this message as if you are adding a brick to the wall around your mantle, building strength to guard what you carry. Choose to share it as though you are handing a torch to another warrior who also carries a mantle but may not yet know how to protect it. One torch lights another, and soon an army burns with steady fire. And if you desire to stay in this circle of encouragement and strength, subscribe, not as routine, but as if you are choosing to sit beneath a great tree whose shade protects you through every season. A tree grows stronger with those who rest beneath it. These are not commands. They are invitations. Every act is a symbol of your choice to honor what heaven has entrusted you. Chosen one. Guarding your mantle also means guarding your company. Who walks with you matters. Oil kept in a pure vessel shines brightly. Oil mixed with impurities loses its flame. Surround yourself with those who call you higher, who remind you of your calling, who help you keep the mantle clean. Picture your mantle as a flame on a candle. Alone, the wind may snuff it out, but together with other flames, the fire grows into a blaze no storm can extinguish. Guarding your mantle is also guarding your community. Guard it. 2. By remembering your source. The mantle is not yours by merit, but by mercy. Pride whispers, "You earned this," but humility remembers. This was given, and as long as you remember the giver, you will honor the gift. Chosen one, your mantle is not only for today, it is for the days to come, for generations beyond you. Guard it so that others can inherit it. Just as Elisha carried Elijah's mantle, so too will someone one day carry yours, not by stealing it, but by learning from how you guarded it. Think of a well dug deep. You may drink from it now, but your children and their children will drink also. Guarding the mantle is digging the well deeper, ensuring the water never runs dry. So tonight, let your prayer be simple. Lord, help me guard what you've placed on me. Keep me vigilant. Keep me humble. Keep me faithful. And tomorrow, when the mantle feels heavy, remember, it was never meant to crush you. It was meant to crown you. And a crown is always worth guarding. Chosen one, carry your mantle with reverence. Guard it with vigilance. Let it shine. Let it protect. Let it lead. For heaven has entrusted you not only with fire, but with the responsibility to keep it burning. Chosen one, a mantle guarded is a legacy preserved. You are not only holding something for yourself, you are holding it for those who will follow. When you guard it, you declare silently to heaven and earth, "This fire will not be wasted in my hands." That quiet commitment carries eternal weight. Guarding does not always mean great action. Sometimes it means saying no to small compromises, resisting whispers that no one else would notice but you. It also means returning often to the giver. The mantle is strongest when refreshed in his presence, like cloth dipped again in oil to keep it from tearing. And finally, guarding the mantle means joy. You are not protecting a burden, you are protecting a treasure, a holy flame that lights your path and the path of many others. Chosen one. After the battle has been fought, after the mantle has been placed, after the fire has been guarded, there comes a moment that feels almost paradoxical. It is not thunder, nor trembling, nor trumpet. It is quiet. The voice of God often arrives not in the noise, but in the silence, not in the spectacle, but in the stillness. And unless you learn to recognize him there, you may miss what he is truly saying. Elijah discovered this on Mount Horeb. He waited for God in the wind, but the wind was empty. He waited for God in the earthquake, but the earth shook without him. He waited for God in the fire, but the fire carried no voice. Then came a gentle whisper, softer than the faintest breath, and Elijah covered his face in reverence. The lesson has echoed through centuries. The quiet is not empty, it is full. The Book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, declares, "Be still and know that I am God." Stillness is not absence of activity, but presence of awareness. In stillness, the distractions fade, and the whisper becomes clear. It is in the quiet that you learn not only what God does, but who God is. Chosen one. Think of a lake at dawn. At night, storms may have stirred its surface into chaos, waves crashing, winds howling. But when morning comes, the lake grows still. In the reflection of its surface, the mountains appear sharper, the trees clearer, the sky brighter. Stillness reveals what turbulence hides. So it is with your soul. When it is still, the reflection of heaven becomes clear. This quiet voice is not always new instruction. Sometimes it is reassurance. I am with you. Sometimes it is conviction. Return to me. Sometimes it is affirmation. You are mine. And sometimes it is simply presence. The undeniable awareness that though no words are spoken, God is near. Chosen one. You must practice hearing this voice. The world screams, demands, competes for your attention. Notifications flash. People chatter. Worries crowd in. But the quiet requires intention. It requires stepping aside, closing doors, silencing noise. It is not always natural, but it is always worth it. There was once a young man who longed to hear God's voice. He expected it in dreams or visions, in dramatic encounters, but he learned to set aside 10 minutes each morning in silence. At first, it felt empty. His thoughts wandered. His mind resisted. But with persistence, the silence grew full. He began to sense impressions, scriptures rising in his heart, peace that guided decisions. What began as stillness became communion. The quiet became his sanctuary. So too, chosen one, you are invited into that sanctuary. Do not wait for the earthquake or the fire. Lean into the whisper. The whisper is where intimacy dwells. And here, I invite you into an act of declaration, not loud, but quiet. Fitting this moment. Write in the comments, speak. I'm listening. Just 3 words. Yet they carry profound meaning. They are more than keystrokes. They are posture. They echo the prayer of young Samuel, who said, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." Writing them is symbolic. It is you leaning forward, tuning your spirit, proving to heaven that you are not distracted by the noise of the world. You are alert, ready, and attentive to the whisper. Imagine tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. The battle has passed. The mantle rests on your shoulders. The healing oil still soothes your spirit. And then comes the quiet. If you rush past it, you may miss the most tender part of the moment. But if you linger, if you sit, if you listen, you will hear. Perhaps not in thunder, perhaps not in fire, but in the whisper that fills the silence. Chosen one, let the quiet not intimidate you. Silence is not emptiness, it is invitation. Think of a friend sitting with you in silence. No need for words, because presence is enough. That is how God comes in the quiet. Presence without pressure, love without noise. Guard these moments fiercely. Build them into your life like hidden wells. The world will not value them, but your spirit will thirst for them. And when storms rage again, when battles return, it will be the memory of the quiet voice that steadies you. The story is told of a woman who carried a heavy burden of grief. For months, she prayed loudly, pleaded fervently, but peace evaded her. One evening, exhausted, she sat in silence. No words left. In the stillness, she felt warmth wrap around her, like arms unseen holding her. No words spoken, but the message was clear. You are not alone. That moment did not erase her grief instantly, but it healed her spirit profoundly. So, chosen one, do not despise silence. Do not rush through stillness. The whisper may come when you least expect it, but it will always be right on time. And remember, the quiet voice is not fragile, it is powerful. It is the same voice that called light into being, that spoke stars into existence, that whispered destinies into wombs. If creation itself bends to his whisper, surely your spirit will too. Chosen one, tomorrow, as you wait in your prayer station, do not only prepare for the dramatic, prepare for the whisper. For in that whisper, you will find peace, direction, affirmation, and above all, God Himself. Chosen one. There comes a time when the whisper you hear in the quiet does not simply comfort you, but compels you forward. After the test, after the mantle, after the battle, after the healing, after the whisper, what follows is the vision of the open door. The Spirit does not whisper only to soothe, He whispers to invite. And when you lift your eyes, you will see it. A door open before you, wide enough for destiny, bright enough for hope, yet narrow enough that you cannot walk through it casually. John on the island of Patmos described such a moment: isolated, weary, and imprisoned. He suddenly looked and I saw a door standing open in heaven. What followed were visions of the throne, of the Lamb, of mysteries too vast to contain. The open door changed his confinement into revelation. What was once a place of limitation became the stage of encounter. So it will be with you. The door you see will not erase your past season, but will redefine it. The Book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8. Declares, "See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut." This promise is not casual. It is a declaration of divine sovereignty. If God opens it, no force can close it. If God sets it before you, no enemy can block it. Your role is not to force the hinges, it is to step through with faith. Chosen one. Imagine standing before such a door. Behind you are the valleys, the scars, the storms, the silence. Before you is a threshold glowing with light you cannot fully describe. It is both terrifying and exhilarating. Terrifying because it asks you to leave behind what is familiar. Exhilarating because it beckons you toward what is eternal. Every step forward is a step away from your old identity and a step into your true calling. Doors are always about transition. Think of Israel leaving Egypt. They passed through the Red Sea, not simply escaping slavery, but entering freedom. The sea was their door. Think of Ruth leaving Moab, stepping into the fields of Bethlehem. The road was her door. Think of Peter stepping out of the boat toward Jesus. The water was his door. Each transition required courage. Each transition required trust. And each transition opened to promise. Chosen one. The door before you will not look ordinary. It may come disguised as an opportunity, a relationship, a calling, or even a loss that makes space for something greater. But when you stand before it, your spirit will know, this is the moment I was prepared for. Oh, there was once a man who prayed for years for direction. He longed for clarity, for a sense of where God was leading. One day, he lost the job he thought was secure. At first, despair consumed him. But in that loss, a new opportunity arose, an invitation to serve in a place he had never imagined. What looked like a closed door was in fact the open one. Later he said, "Had I not lost what I thought I needed, I would never have stepped into what I was truly called to." Chosen one. Sometimes the open door looks like a closed one first. Do not despair. Trust the timing. Trust the hand that turns the key. The vision of the open door also carries weight. When you step through, you cannot bring everything with you. Some things must be left behind: fear, bitterness, compromise, even certain relationships. The door is narrow, not because God is cruel, but because destiny requires focus. Like a traveler packing for a journey, you must choose what you carry. And the Spirit whispers, leave what hinders, take only what strengthens. End. Picture a runner at the starting line. He strips off heavy clothing, not because it is sinful, but because it slows him down. So too with you. The open door requires shedding what is heavy. You cannot run free if you insist on carrying chains. But oh, the beauty of what lies beyond. On the other side of the door is not just blessing, but commissioning. It is the place where your scars become testimony. Your battles become authority. Your tears become rivers that water others. It is the place where what you endured becomes what you carry for others. In the vision, you see yourself stepping through. As you cross the threshold, the light envelops you. Behind, the sound of chains falling. Ahead, the sound of new songs rising. The air feels different, cleaner, sharper, alive with promise. Angels stand at the edges, not to stop you, but to celebrate you. The Father's voice echoes, well done. Walk forward. This is the way I have prepared for you. Oh, chosen one. You may hesitate to. The door is open. Yes, but open doors still require choice. No one can push you through. Heaven invites, but you must walk. And every step is faith. But remember this, the same God who opened the door will meet you on the other side. Think of Jacob at Bethel. He lay his head on a stone and dreamed of a ladder reaching heaven, angels ascending and descending, promises echoing from above. When he woke, he said, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it." The open door is like that, an awakening that makes you realize heaven has been closer all along. So do not fear the door. Do not second-guess it. Trust the Spirit who brought you this far. The vision of the open door is not only for your eyes, it is for your life. Step through and watch as your ordinary days become extraordinary seasons. And when you do, you will look back not with regret, but with gratitude. The valleys will make sense. The tears will find meaning. The battles will become stories you tell with joy. For every scar was preparation, and every whisper was direction, leading you to this threshold. Chosen one. The door stands open. The light spills through. The invitation is clear. Will you step? Chosen one. When you cross through the open door, you do not simply step into a new room, you step into a new reality. What meets you there is not just opportunity or assignment, but glory. Glory is the atmosphere of heaven. The weight of God's presence pressing into the fabric of your life until everything about you carries His imprint. It is not something you earn. It is something you receive. Something that rests on you like a mantle woven from light itself. Glory is not glitter or decoration. It is substance. It is the heaviness that comes when eternity touches time, when heaven leans close enough that earth trembles. The Hebrew word for glory, kabul, literally means weight. It is the sense of significance, permanence, and majesty that descends when God draws near. And when you walk through the open door, the weight of glory comes upon you, not to crush you, but to anchor you, to root you in what is eternal. The book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, declares, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." Notice the paradox. What feels crushing now is light compared to what is coming. The glory that rests ahead is heavier, stronger, more lasting than every burden behind you. Chosen one. Imagine yourself in the vision again. You step through the threshold, and as you do, something descends. It is invisible, yet undeniable. It feels like air thickening, like light solidifying, like love pressing against every corner of your being. Your knees bent, not because you are forced, but because you are overwhelmed. The weight of glory does not demand, it compels. It bows you low in awe, then lifts you high in purpose. Think of Moses on Mount Sinai. He entered the cloud, and when he emerged, his face shone with a radiance so bright the people could hardly look at him. He did not paint that glow onto his skin. It was not cosmetic. It was the residue of glory. Simply by being in God's presence, he carried what he encountered. This is what happens to you. Chosen one. The glory you encounter will mark you. Others will see it. Even if you cannot, they will sense peace, authority, holiness flowing from you, not because of you, but because of Him upon you. There was once a woman who spent hours in prayer, unseen by the world. She thought little of herself, believing she carried no influence. Yet when she spoke, people felt warmth, comfort, conviction. Some even wept without knowing why. They were encountering glory. She was a vessel of presence, and the weight of that presence was undeniable. So it will be with you. Glory also transforms. Under its weight, old habits lose their grip. Under its weight, wounds heal deeper than words could reach. Under its weight, courage rises, hope strengthens, vision sharpens. Glory does not just surround you, it reshapes you. It chisels away what is temporary and engraves what is eternal. Chosen one, do not fear this weight. Some resist, thinking it will make them smaller. But glory does not diminish, it enlarges. It makes you more than yourself, stretching you into the fullness of who you were meant to be. Imagine gold placed in fire. The heat removes impurities. Yes, but the real miracle is what emerges, a substance purer, heavier, more valuable. Glory is that refining fire, leaving you radiant, steadfast, unshakable. But remember, glory is also responsibility. When you carry it, you cannot live as casually as before. To be marked by glory is to be set apart. It is not a badge of superiority, but of service. Moses' glow was not for him, it was for the people he led. Your glory is not for you alone, it is for those who will encounter God through you. Think of a lantern. Its flame burns within, but the light shines outward, guiding others in the dark. Your life under glory becomes that lantern. The weight you carry becomes the light they see. There was a man who once described it this way: I felt as though the air around me carried a weight. I could no longer walk into places I used to, speak words I once spoke, or entertain thoughts I once entertained, not because of fear, but because of presence. The glory had changed my atmosphere. Chosen one. This will be true of you as well. When glory rests, your atmosphere changes. The vision deepens. You see yourself walking among people. You do not shout. Yet conversations quiet when you arrive. You do not boast. Yet respect is given without demand. You do not manipulate. Yet influence flows naturally. This is the weight of glory. It bends the world around you without you forcing it. Glory is also protection. Darkness recoils where glory rests. Temptations that once enticed lose power. Attacks that once pierced now falter, not because you are immune, but because the glory surrounding you is a shield. Psalm chapter 3, verse 3 says, "But you, Lord, are a shield around me, my glory, the one who lifts my head high." Notice the words shield and glory. They are one and the same. Glory is not only beauty, it is defense. Chosen one. Do not take this lightly. To carry glory is to walk differently. It demands humility, for pride cannot survive its weight. It demands surrender, for rebellion cannot coexist with its presence. It demands vigilance, for distraction can cause you to forget what you carry. But, oh, the joy of it! To be clothed in glory is to live aware that heaven is always near. It is to walk in rooms and know, I am not alone. It is to pray and feel the words burn with power. It is to worship and sense heaven's response, as tangible as breath. So tomorrow, as you step through the open door, expect not only opportunity, but glory. Expect to feel the atmosphere shift, the presence descend, the weight rest, and when it does, yield to it. Do not resist. Let it bend you low. Let it lift you high. Let it shape you into one who carries eternity into time. For the weight of glory is not a burden, it is a crown. And once it rests, you will never be the same. Chosen one, glory is never left untested. When the weight of God's presence rests upon your life, it is not given for comfort, but for purpose. And purpose requires refinement. This is why, after the mantle, after the healing, after the whisper, after the open door, after the glory, there comes fire. The refining fire is not punishment, it is preparation. It is heaven, ensuring that what you carry will not be wasted, that the vessel holding the treasure is strong enough to endure. Fire has always been a symbol of purification. Gold is precious, but gold untested is brittle. Only when it passes through fire does it become pure, solid, radiant. The same is true of you. God has called you chosen. He has placed his mantle on your shoulders. But now he will refine you, not to harm you, but to burn away the dross, the fears, the doubts, the hidden compromises that could weaken what you carry. The prophet Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9, declares, "This third I will put into the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, 'They are my people.' And they will say, 'The Lord is our God.'" Fire is covenantal. It is not destruction, it is affirmation. Those who pass through the flames emerge as God's own, shining with clarity and strength. Chosen one. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were thrown into fire hotter than any furnace had burned before, yet not a hair was singed, not a thread was scorched. Why? Because the fire was not for destruction, it was for revelation. In the flames, a fourth figure appeared, radiant as the Son of God. The fire became the place of encounter. So it will be with you. In your refining, you will not be alone. You will find him closer than ever before. But know this, refining fire is often disguised as trials. It may come as a delay you did not expect, a misunderstanding that wounds you, a responsibility that feels too heavy. Do not despise these flames. Each one burns away what is unnecessary. Each one reveals what is eternal. There was once a woman who longed for greater anointing. She prayed for power, for glory, for influence. Instead, she entered a season of loss. Friends misunderstood her. Finances crumbled. Opportunities dried up. She thought she was being punished. But in time, she realized the fire had stripped away her pride, her self-reliance, her hunger for applause. When the season shifted, she carried a depth of wisdom and authority she had never known before. The refining fire had answered her prayer. Chosen one, you may feel heat even now. The refining may already be working in your life. Do not resist it. Yield to it. For what is burned away is what cannot remain. What endures is what was always meant to be. And here, let me invite you into an act of alignment. Write in the comments this number, 5,555. Why 5,555? Because 5 is the number of grace. And multiplied. It speaks of abundant grace, grace for fire, grace for refining, grace that sustains you through the process. Writing 5,555 is your declaration. I will not fear the flames. Grace carries me, and the fire will not consume me. It will purify me. This is not ritual, it is prophetic symbolism. As you type, imagine yourself stepping willingly into the furnace, not trembling, but confident that grace is greater than flame. Chosen one. Refining fire also prepares you for stewardship. Authority without refinement becomes dangerous. Glory without fire becomes pride. But when you endure the refining, you emerge steady, humble, unshakable. You carry weight without collapsing, influence without arrogance, power without corruption. Think again of gold. When impurities are removed, the metal does not only shine brighter, it becomes stronger, fit for crowns, vessels, and instruments of honor. So too with you. When refining is complete, your life will not only reflect God's glory, it will carry His strength. Picture yourself walking through fire in the vision. Flames roar around you, but they do not harm you. Instead, they peel away shadows clinging to your skin. They melt chains you did not know were there. They harden your steps into confidence, your voice into clarity, your spirit into steel. You walk out of the fire not fragile but fierce, not wounded but whole. Chosen one. The refining is not endless. Fire lasts only until its work is complete. And when you emerge, the world will see the difference. Those who knew you before will marvel, how did you endure? How are you stronger now? And you will answer, the fire refined me. Grace sustained me. God preserved me. Now, so, do not despise the flames. Welcome them. For every chosen one must pass through fire, but none are consumed. You are not being destroyed. You are being defined. Chosen one. Remember this truth. Fire never leaves things the same. Wood burns to ash, but gold shines brighter. When you step out of the refining, you are not who you were before. You are lighter, cleaner, stronger. The unnecessary has fallen away, and what remains is the essence of who God intended you to be. Do not mistake the intensity of the flames for abandonment. Fire is not proof that God has left you. It is proof that He is shaping you. If He did not see value in you, He would not refine you. The very fact that you feel the heat is evidence that you are precious metal in His hands. Chosen one. When the refining fire has done its work, your story no longer belongs to you alone. The scars that once ached become a map. The light you carry becomes a torch, and the authority on your shoulders becomes a trumpet. This is where the call expands. You were not chosen only for yourself, you were chosen for the nations. The call to the nations is not always about passports or planes. It is about impact that stretches beyond the boundaries of your familiar world. Your words may cross oceans through conversations. Your influence may ripple into communities you will never physically step into. Your obedience may inspire a chain of choices reaching further than you can see. The nations are not distant strangers. They are lives waiting to be touched by the overflow of your obedience. The book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 3, declares, "Nations will come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your dawn." Notice the progression. Light first shines, then nations come. You do not chase the nations. They are drawn to the radiance of God within you. Think of a lighthouse standing on a rugged cliff. It does not move. It does not shout. Yet ships miles away adjust their course because of its glow. So too with you. When you guard your mantle, when you carry your light, others will find direction. You may never meet them face to face, but your obedience keeps them from crashing against the rocks. There was once a teacher in a small village, unknown outside her region. She lived simply, quietly, faithfully. Yet her kindness and integrity shaped dozens of children who later became leaders, innovators, healers. Her light touched nations through those she influenced. The call to the nations is not always dramatic. Often it is faithful consistency that ripples outward. Chosen one, do not underestimate your reach. Heaven does not measure by platform size, but by obedience. A whisper of encouragement at the right time can echo into generations. A single act of faith can tilt the destiny of entire families. The nations are waiting, not for your perfection, but for your willingness. Now let me speak to your heart. When you sense the beauty of this call, you may also feel the weight of it. That weight can intimidate. But hear this, the same God who called you will sustain you. The call is not a burden, but a bridge, connecting heaven's glory with earth's need. And here, let me pause for a gentle invitation. If this word resonates, choose to like this message as though you are planting a seed in fertile ground, saying, I align with this call. Oh, if you sense someone else may need to remember that their story, too, is for more than themselves. Choose to share this as though you are handing them a compass in the wilderness. A compass does not drag anyone forward, but it gives them direction if they choose to walk. And if you desire to keep walking with messages that remind you of your destiny, subscribe, not as obligation, but as though you are pitching your tent in a camp of fellow travelers. Knowing the journey is lighter when taken together. These are not commands. They are symbols. They are ways of letting your agreement take visible form. Chosen one. The call to the nations is also a call to enlarge your vision. Do not see only your circle. Lift your eyes to horizons you have not yet touched. The Spirit whispers, ask of me, and I will give you the nations as your inheritance. When you pray, do not only pray for yourself, pray for cities, for leaders, for cultures. Your intercession is part of your influence. Think of water poured into a river. It begins small, but joins a current larger than itself, eventually flowing into the sea. Your prayers, your obedience, your acts of faith may seem small, but they join the current of heaven's purposes, reaching places you will never see. The vision of the nations is also about diversity. Every culture, every language, every people carries a reflection of God's image. When you step into your call, you are not erasing differences, you are illuminating unity. The light you carry is not confined by borders. It speaks every tongue. It resonates in every heart. Chosen one. Picture the nations in your spirit. Imagine faces you do not know, voices you have never heard, yet all waiting for the ripple of your obedience. You may never see the fullness of your impact in this life, but eternity will reveal it. Crowds will stand, some saying, because you obeyed, I found my path. Because you carried light, I found hope. Endo. This is why the call matters. It is not about applause, it is about inheritance. The nations are your inheritance, not because of who you are, but because of the one who called you. So step forward, not timidly, but boldly. The same fire that refined you is the fire that will carry your influence across borders and generations. Do not think small. Do not shrink back. The nations are waiting, and heaven is ready. Chosen one, your call is greater than you imagined. Guard it, carry it, shine it, for you were chosen not for one place alone, but for the world. Chosen one, let this truth settle deep within you. The call to the nations is not about striving to be everywhere. It is about allowing God to shine through you, where you are, so His light naturally flows beyond you. The moment you yield, the Spirit carries your influence further than your hands can reach. Do not despise the small beginnings. A single spark can ignite a forest. A single seed can grow into a tree that feeds many. Your obedience today, in the ordinary, is already shaping tomorrow's extraordinary. And when you step through the doors God sets before you, you will discover that your impact has traveled far ahead, preparing hearts you never knew you would touch. Chosen one, as the journey nears its final stretch, the tone shifts. The gentle whisper has spoken. The open door has been revealed. The mantle rests upon your shoulders. The refining fire has shaped you. Yet before the culmination comes, there must be a warning, a trumpet blast in your spirit. This is not a whisper of comfort, but a call of urgency. It is heaven's final caution. Do not turn aside now. Do not grow weary. Do not lose what has been entrusted. Warnings in Scripture are never meant to paralyze. They are meant to awaken. They are like the watchman on the wall, shouting not because he delights in fear, but because he longs to preserve life. And so now, the Spirit speaks to you with clarity. The final warnings are not optional. They are lifelines. The book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36, declares, "You need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised." Notice the word need. Perseverance is not a suggestion, it is necessity. Without it, the promise is forfeited. With it, the inheritance is secured. Chosen one. The first warning is this: beware of delay. Delay whispers, "Tomorrow is enough. Later will do. You can wait." But delay is deception. Every moment you postpone obedience is ground ceded to the enemy. Think of Israel standing at the edge of the promised land. The door was open, but fear delayed them. That delay cost 40 years in the wilderness. Do not repeat their mistake. When the door opens, step. When the voice calls, answer. When the Spirit moves, move. The second warning is pride. Pride can creep subtly, especially after victory. You may think, "I endured the fire. I carry the mantle. I stepped through the door." But remember, all of this is grace. Without Him, you could not stand. Pride blinds the eyes, hardens the heart, and drains the oil. Guard yourself. Stay humble. Bow lower as you rise higher. The third warning is distraction. Not every obstacle will look like evil. Some will look like opportunity, comfort, or harmless diversion. But distraction is deadly because it steals focus. Imagine a runner mid-race who turns his head to watch the crowd. He stumbles, not because he lacked strength, but because he lost focus. Keep your eyes forward, fixed on the finish. The fourth warning is compromise. Compromise whispers softly, offering shortcuts, easing the burden. But every compromise, however small, weakens the vessel. Think of Samson, called anointed, powerful, yet undone by compromise. Do not let what is sacred be diluted by what is fleeting. The mantle you carry deserves purity, not mixture. The fifth warning is weariness. Battle scars ache. Responsibilities weigh. Progress feels slow. In such moments, the temptation is to surrender not to the enemy, but to exhaustion. Hear this: weariness is not defeat, but if left unchecked, it becomes the doorway to defeat. When you feel tired, run to the source. Rest in His presence, not in compromise. Let Him renew your strength. Chosen one, these warnings are not given to burden you, but to protect you. They are guardrails on a narrow road, ensuring you do not veer into destruction. They are the loving cries of a Father who knows the dangers ahead and longs to see you finish well. And now, let me invite you into a prophetic declaration, one that matches the urgency of this hour. Write in the comments, "I won't turn back." Just 4 words. But they carry weight. They are more than affirmation. They are alignment. They declare to heaven, to earth, and even to the shadows lurking at the edges, my face is set forward. No distraction. No pride. No delay. No compromise. No weariness will turn me aside. When you type those words, see yourself like a soldier pressing a seal onto a decree, making it official. You are marking your stance in this moment of warning. You will not retreat. You will not wander. You will endure. Chosen one, let me tell you of a man who nearly turned back. He endured much, carried faithfully, but in his final season, bitterness crept in. He began to look behind instead of ahead. His legacy, once bright, dimmed because he could not heed the final warnings. Contrast him with Paul, who, after battles, prisons, betrayals, declared with confidence, "I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith." The difference was not talent, but perseverance. The final warnings are a gift. They are God's way of ensuring you finish like Paul, not like one who falls short at the edge of destiny. They are heaven's safeguard, the last trumpet before the culmination. Picture yourself again in the vision. You are walking a narrow bridge across a chasm. Below, shadows swirl, waiting for a misstep. But along the bridge, rails of light rise on either side. These are the warnings. They do not hinder your walk, they secure it. Each time you feel tempted to drift, they guide you back to the center. The bridge is narrow, yes, but it is safe for those who heed. So, take these warnings seriously. Do not dismiss them. They are not for someone else. They are for you. You who are chosen. You who are entrusted. You who are nearing the hour of culmination. And when tomorrow comes, when 9:19 a.m. strikes, you will remember these warnings. You will feel their guardrails steadying you, their echoes guiding you, and you will walk forward not only prepared, but protected. Chosen one. The final warnings have sounded. Now is the time to listen. Now is the time to heed. And now is the time to resolve. I won't turn back. Chosen one. When the warnings have been sounded and the guardrails secured, when you resolve that you will not turn back, something remarkable begins to happen. The mantle no longer rests only upon you. It begins to flow through you. What was once contained is now released, like oil poured not into a jar, but down a hill, spreading wide, touching everything in its path. This is the anointing overflow. The anointing is not a vague feeling. It is the empowerment of the Spirit to do what you could never accomplish on your own. It is not natural talent polished. It is supernatural grace poured. When it overflows, others sense it. Burdens lift, chains break, hearts soften, eyes open. You may speak a simple word, and it carries weight far beyond its syllables. You may walk into a room, and the atmosphere shifts. This is not because of you, but because of the oil flowing from you. The Book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 5, declares, "You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows." Overflow is the language of abundance. It means what God pours into you is too much to stay contained. It spills out, blessing not only your life, but the lives around you. Chosen one. Think of Aaron the priest. When he was anointed, oil was not dabbed on his forehead. It was poured out, running down his beard, soaking his robes, dripping to the ground. The anointing was not neat. It was messy. It touched everything he wore, everything he touched. So it is with you. When the overflow comes, it does not stop at your head. It runs into your words, your work, your relationships, your very presence. There was once a woman who spent hours in prayer, often unseen, often uncelebrated. Yet wherever she went, people wept. Not because she spoke eloquently, but because they encountered God's nearness in her. Her very life carried fragrance. That is overflow. It requires no announcement, no performance. It simply happens because the oil is real. Chosen one. Overflow means your breakthrough becomes others' breakthrough. The battles you endured were not wasted. They became oil. Every scar pressed like an olive in the press has produced oil for others to taste freedom. You wondered why the crushing felt so severe. Now you see, crushing was not for destruction, but for production. The press was preparing oil. Think of olives on the tree. They look beautiful, round, ripe, but no oil flows until they are pressed. The crushing releases the essence. Your trials have been the press. The refining fire has been the weight. And now the oil flows not in drops, but in streams. Overflow also means multiplication. When Jesus broke the bread and blessed the fish, they multiplied in his hands. What was not enough became more than enough. That is what happens when the anointing overflows. Your little becomes much. Your weakness becomes strength. Your ordinary becomes extraordinary. The vision opens again. You see yourself standing in a vast plain. In your hands is a jar of oil. You pour it, expecting it to run out. But instead, it multiplies. The ground becomes soaked. Rivers form. Dry places bloom. People gather. Their thirst quenched, not by you, but by the overflow. You realize then, the oil was never for you alone, it was for them. Chosen one. This overflow carries responsibility. Oil can ignite fire. If mishandled, it can cause harm. That is why you were refined first, so the overflow would be pure. This is not about spectacle, it is about service. You are not a performer, but a vessel. The oil is not a show, it is sustenance. But do not shrink from it either. Some fear overflow, thinking it too much, too visible, too weighty. But overflow is not about you shining brighter, it is about God shining through. Your fear of being seen must give way to the truth. People are not meant to see you, but Him in you. There was a man who once resisted His call. He feared the attention, feared the responsibility. But when he finally yielded, his life became a river. Entire communities were changed because he let the overflow flow. He realized, the oil is not mine to hoard, it is mine to release. And chosen one. The anointing overflow will touch unexpected places. Sometimes it will flow into your family, bringing reconciliation. Sometimes into your workplace, bringing integrity. Sometimes into strangers, bringing healing or hope. The oil does not discriminate, it flows wherever there is thirst. Picture a desert in vision, cracked earth, barren and lifeless. Then oil begins to seep into the soil. Flowers push through, trees spring up, animals gather. Life erupts where once was only dust. This is what happens when overflow comes. Deserts turn into gardens. Overflow also defies limitation. Oil in Scripture often represents provision. Think of the widow whose jar did not run dry. As long as there were vessels, the oil flowed. The overflow in your life will continue as long as you make space for it. Empty vessels around you, broken people, weary hearts. Thirsty souls are waiting to be filled. And remember, overflow is not for applause. It may draw attention. Yes, but its purpose is transformation. The true measure of overflow is not how many notice, but how many are changed. Chosen one. The time is near. The warnings have kept you. The door has opened. The fire has refined. The glory has descended. Now comes the overflow. Do not cap the jar. Do not fear the mess. Let the oil run. Let it soak. Let it spread. For the world is thirsty. And you were chosen to pour. Chosen one. Every season of overflow eventually leads to a moment of separation. Oil reveals what is pure, and fire reveals what is false. When the anointing flows freely, when the presence rests visibly, the line between those who are yielded and those who are compromised becomes undeniable. This is the great separation. It is not a division created by human will, but by heaven's decree. From the beginning, God has always drawn lines of distinction. In Egypt, when darkness covered the land, there was still light in Goshen. When the plagues fell, Israel was spared. Separation is not favoritism, it is covenant. It is the evidence that those who walk in obedience cannot be confused with those who resist. The Spirit marks His own. And in that marking, the distinction is made clear. The book of Malachi, chapter 3, verse 18, declares, "And you will again see the distinction between the righteous and the wicked, between those who serve God and those who do not." Distinction is not abstract, it is visible. It is seen in the fruit of lives, in the peace that rests upon one and the turmoil that consumes another, in the authority that flows from obedience and the emptiness that follows rebellion. Chosen one. Do not be surprised when this separation comes. Those who once walked with you may not walk with you into the next season. The door is narrow, and not all are willing to pass through it. Some will choose comfort over calling, others applause over obedience. You will feel the sting of parting. But you must understand, separation is not loss, it is alignment. Think of Gideon's army. 32,000 stood ready, but the call of refinement reduced them to 300. The separation was painful, but it was necessary. Victory was not found in numbers, but in obedience. So too with you. Those who remain after the separation will be those who carry the same oil, the same fire, the same resolve. There was once a man who clung desperately to friendships that no longer aligned with his call. He feared loneliness, so he compromised, bending his convictions to keep them near. In time, his mantle dimmed, his authority weakened. Only when he released what could not walk with him did his oil flow freely again. The great separation had to come, but it came later than it should have, and the delay cost him years. Learn from his story. Do not resist what heaven ordains. Chosen one. Separation is also internal. It is not only about people around you, it is about the divided parts of your own heart. In the great separation, the Spirit calls you to part ways with double-mindedness, to let go of the parts of you that still flirt with compromise. The call is to be whole, undivided, unshaken. The days ahead require clarity, not mixture. Picture in vision a threshing floor. The grain is tossed into the air, and the wind carries away the chaff. The kernels remain, heavy, substantial, valuable. The separation is messy, dust rises, particles scatter, but the result is purity. So it is with you. God is threshing, separating weight from waste, essence from excess. You may feel the tossing, but trust the process. What remains will be true. The great separation also carries promise. It is not only about what leaves, it is about what stays. When the crowd thins, the remnant shines brighter. When false voices fall silent, the true voice is heard more clearly. The separation clarifies the sound of heaven. Think of Jesus in John chapter 6. Crowds followed him when bread multiplied, but when his words demanded deeper commitment, many turned back. Only the 12 remained, and to them he asked, "Will you also leave?" Peter answered, "Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life." That moment was separation, and it revealed who truly belonged. Chosen one. The same question will be asked of you. Will you remain when others leave? Will you endure when the path narrows? Will you cling to the words of life even when they cut deep? The great separation is not designed to weaken you, but to anchor you. There was once a woman whose family mocked her faith. Friends drifted away when she chose obedience. She felt abandoned. But as years passed, she realized she had been given something greater: intimacy with God that could not be replaced, authority that could not be shaken. Separation hurt, but it birthed glory. Chosen one. Prepare your heart. The great separation is near. You will feel it in relationships, in decision, in convictions. Some doors will close not because of failure, but because of fulfillment. Some paths will diverge, and you must choose the narrow one. It will not always feel easy, but it will always be right. Picture yourself walking a road at night. Many begin beside you, torches in hand. As the path narrows, some grow tired, some turn aside, some extinguish their light. You continue, fewer voices around you, but the stars above grow clearer, the path straighter, the presence nearer. That is separation. It may feel lonely, but it is holy. Chosen one, rejoice in the separation. It is proof you are marked, proof you are chosen, proof you are being set apart, not for isolation, but for destiny. And when the nations look, they will see the difference, not because you boast, but because heaven's hand upon you is undeniable. The great separation is not an ending. It is a beginning. It is heaven clearing the stage so that what is true may shine without mixture. Embrace it, yield to it, and walk forward unafraid. For those who remain with you after the separation will be those ordained for your destiny. Chosen one, let this truth steady you. Separation is not rejection. It is refinement. Those who drift away are not enemies. They are simply not assigned to your next chapter. And the parts of you that fall away in the process are not your identity. They are weights you were never meant to carry. When the great separation feels sharp, remember, the hand of the refiner is still guiding it. You are not being left alone. You are being cleared for clarity. And as the road narrows, you will find the presence of God more vivid than ever before, walking step by step beside you. Chosen one, every step of this journey has been leading towards something. The tears shed in secret, the nights of silence, the battles endured, the refining fire, the separations, all of it has a purpose beyond the present. It has been shaping you, preparing you, setting you apart for the moment when the crown is revealed. The crown prepared is not merely an ornament of honor, it is the sign of completion, the seal of victory, the recognition of heaven that you have endured and overcome. Crowns in Scripture are never empty symbols. They speak of authority, reward, and eternal recognition. Paul, nearing the end of his race, wrote with confidence of the crown of righteousness awaiting him, not because of his perfection, but because of his perseverance. Crowns are not for the flawless, they are for the faithful. They are not given to those who never fell, but to those who rose every time they did. The book of 2 Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8, declares, "Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearing." This is not a promise reserved for apostles alone. It is for all who endure, all who press on, all who hold fast to the end. And that includes you, chosen one. Picture the crown in vision. It is not made of gold alone, nor adorned with jewels of the earth. It gleams with light itself, woven from threads of glory, studded with victories, polished by perseverance. Each jewel tells a story, one for the nights you refused to give up, one for the battles you endured, one for the prayers whispered when no one listened. This crown is personal. It carries your testimony etched into its design. Imagine the moment of its placing. You kneel, weary yet unbroken. The throne stands before you, radiant beyond words. The righteous judge descends, not with condemnation, but with joy. He takes the crown prepared before the foundation of the world and sets it on your head. And as it rests there, every wound, every tear, every scar suddenly makes sense. What was once pain now gleams as glory. Chosen one. This crown is not temporary. Earthly crowns fade, rust, and pass from hand to hand. But this crown is eternal. It will not tarnish. It will not diminish. It will not be taken away. It is yours, forever. Not as a possession, but as a testimony. Wherever you walk in eternity, it will shine not to exalt you above others, but to declare, this one endured, this one overcame, this one was faithful. And crowns also carry responsibility. To wear one is to reign not in arrogance, but in service. Revelation speaks of the redeemed as kings and priests, ruling and serving in harmony. Your crown is not only a reward, it is a commissioning. It declares that you are entrusted not just with honor, but with responsibility in the eternal kingdom. There was once a story told of a woman who lived quietly, unnoticed by many. She raised children, cared for the poor, prayed faithfully. No book recorded her deeds. No fame followed her name. Yet in vision, she saw herself one day standing in the throne room. To her surprise, a crown awaited, gleaming brighter than she imagined. Angels whispered, "She was faithful with little. Now she is entrusted with much. The world may not see, but heaven does. So it is with you, chosen one. The crown is prepared not at the end only, but even now. Each act of obedience adds to it. Each sacrifice polishes it. Each trial endured secures it, though you do not yet wear it. It is being forged in the unseen, waiting for the appointed hour. And tomorrow, at the moment of 9:19 a.m., you will taste its weight, not fully, but as a foretaste of what is to come. Picture in vision a table spread in heaven's court. Upon it lie crowns, each unique, each prepared. Angels guard them, ensuring none are misplaced. When your name is called, your crown is lifted, brought forward, placed upon your head. The host of heaven erupts in celebration, not for the crown itself, but for the journey that earned it. And the Father smiles, not because you were flawless, but because you were faithful, chosen one. Let this hope steady you when battles rage, when fire burns, when separation stings. Remember, a crown is being prepared. When you feel weary, when you feel unseen, when you wonder if it is worth it, remember, the righteous judge sees, and he does not forget. The crown is not wages, it is inheritance. It is not payment for work, it is the recognition of love. You are not an employee earning wages, you are a child receiving inheritance. That crown is the Father's way of saying, "Well done, you are mine. This is forever." There is also mystery here. Scripture speaks not only of crowns of righteousness, but of crowns of life, crowns of glory. Each one represents a facet of the reward. But do not be consumed by categories. Know simply this: heaven wastes nothing. Every tear, every step, every act of faith is remembered, and all of it is woven into the crown prepared for you. Chosen one. The vision widens. You see not only yourself crowned, but others as well. An army of the faithful, each carrying their crown. each shining with light. Together, the crowns form a constellation, brighter than stars, declaring to all creation the victory of the redeemed. This is not a solitary reward, it is a shared triumph. You are not alone in wearing glory. You are part of a family crowned with eternal honor. And yet, in the vision, you see something else. The crowned ones fall to their knees, removing their crowns, laying them before the throne. For the crowns, though precious, are not for possession, but for offering. They are gifts given back to the giver. The honor is real, but the glory belongs to him. And in that act, the crowns shine brighter still. So, chosen one, fix your eyes not only on the fight, not only on the fire, not only on the warnings, but on the crown. For the crown is proof that nothing was wasted, that everything had meaning, that the journey was worth it. And when it rests upon your head, you will know every valley, every battle, every tear was preparation for this. The crown is prepared, the throne is waiting, the judge is ready, and soon it will be placed upon you. Chosen one, the journey does not end with the crown. The crown is not the conclusion, it is the beginning of what lies beyond time, the unfolding of eternal destiny. Every step you have walked, every valley you endured, every refining fire you passed through was shaping not just your earthly life, but your eternal role. You were not chosen only for survival in this world. You were chosen for significance in the one that never ends. Eternity is not an extension of time, it is the absence of its limits. Here on earth, days end, seasons change, years fade, but eternity is the place where light never dims, where presence never withdraws, where joy never fades. To step into eternity with your crown is to step into the fullness of everything you were made for. The Book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 4, declares, "He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away." This is the promise that defines eternal destiny, not just survival, not just reward, but restoration. Everything broken will be made whole. Everything lost will be returned in glory. Everything endured will be redeemed. Chosen one, picture eternity in vision. You stand not alone, but among multitudes clothed in white. Voices raised like rushing waters. The throne shines brighter than the sun, yet no shadows fall. For the Lamb himself is the light. Nations gather, languages unite, every tribe and tongue singing in harmony. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. The sound is not noise, it is symphony. Each voice distinct, yet woven into one perfect song. Eternity is not passive. You will not drift on clouds or wander aimlessly. You will reign and serve, work and worship, create and rejoice. The gifts you carried here will find their eternal expression there. The dreams unfulfilled on earth will bloom in the soil of heaven. Nothing will be wasted, nothing left unfinished. Chosen one, eternal destiny is not only about what you gain, but about what you become. On this side of time, you glimpse in part, you see dimly, as in a mirror, but there, face to face, you will know fully. Even as you are fully known, the fractures of identity will be healed. The confusion of calling will be clarified. You will stand whole, radiant, unshaken. There was once a man who lived with constant affliction, his body frail, his strength fading, yet he spoke often of eternity, saying, "If my body is weak, so be it. I am building a house beyond this one." When he passed, his family mourned deeply, but they dreamed of him stepping through the gates, no longer frail but radiant, no longer bound but free. This is the hope you carry too, that eternity swallows mortality, and what is weak here becomes unbreakable there. Eternal destiny also means fellowship without fracture. On earth, relationships carry wounds, divisions, misunderstandings, but in eternity, every fracture is healed. Love flows pure, unhindered by jealousy or fear. The community of the redeemed is not competition, but communion. Each one shines with their unique glory. Yet together they form the bride prepared for the Lamb. Chosen one. See the vision, the marriage supper of the Lamb. The table stretching farther than eyes can see, every seat filled, every face radiant, every voice alive with joy. At the head sits the Lamb, his scars still visible yet transfigured into eternal beauty. Those scars are the price of this destiny, and their sight will forever remind you that you are here by grace, not by merit. Eternity also holds justice. Every wrong uncorrected in time will be set right. Every injustice unpunished will be addressed. For the righteous judge does not forget. But for you, chosen one, justice will not be terror, but joy. For your case has already been settled by the cross. Eternity is not your trial, it is your triumph. And when you walk in the gardens of eternity, you will realize something profound, the presence you sought in whispers, in fire, indoors. In crowns it was always a foretaste. Here, in eternity, it is unbroken, unending, unhindered, no veil, no shadow, no silence, only fullness. The voice that once whispered now speaks freely. The presence that once touched now surrounds. The light that once guided now engulfs. So do not fear the end of this journey, for in truth, it is not an end, but a beginning. Your eternal destiny is not uncertain, it is secured, not because of your strength, but because of His promise, not because of your perfection, but because of His sacrifice, not because of your works, but because of His love. Chosen one, eternal destiny is the fulfillment of every longing. The thirst you carried will be quenched, the hunger satisfied, the ache healed. Every why will meet its answer. Every how long will meet its conclusion. And in that place, you will know peace, not as a fleeting feeling, but as an everlasting state. Lift your eyes beyond the temporary. The battles here, though fierce, are brief. The fire here, though hot, is momentary. The pain here, though sharp, is passing. Eternity is forever, and forever has been prepared for you. The eternal destiny awaits. The gates are open. The throne is ready. The Lamb stands in glory. And soon, you will step not into shadows, but into light unending. Chosen one. Hold this vision close. Eternity is not far. It is nearer than your next breath. Every step forward here is already echoing in forever. walk with assurance. For the one who promised is faithful, and his light will never fade from you. Chosen one, we have walked together through 30 sections through fire, monthly, whisper, crown, and destiny. The script now comes to its conclusion. But your journey is only beginning. Every word has been a lantern to light your path. Every vision, a seed planted in your spirit. Now it is time for you to carry it forward. When a torch is lit, it does not remain for one hand alone. It is meant to pass from bearer to bearer, igniting new flames until the darkness has no place to hide. What you have received here is not meant to stay hidden within you. It is meant to shine, to guide, to stir courage in others who may be wandering still. This is where I invite you to act, not out of pressure, but out of freedom. If these words have touched you, choose to like this message as though you are adding your voice to a chorus that says, "Yes, I am chosen too." A single like may feel small, but it is like a drop of oil poured into a lamp. One drop may not seem enough, but when gathered with others, it keeps the fire burning. If you know someone who is weary, someone who needs to be reminded that their scars are not wasted and their battles are not in vain, choose to share this message. Imagine it as if you are extending a hand to someone standing at the edge of a cliff, pulling them back with hope before they fall. Sharing is not about numbers, it is about lifelines. You may never know how far the ripple of one share will travel, but heaven says, and eternity remembers. And if your spirit has resonated with this journey, if you feel strengthened, if you feel stirred, if you know deep down that this is not the last time you want to walk this path together, choose to subscribe, not as a routine click, but as a declaration that you will continue to drink from the well of encouragement, teaching, and prophetic reminder. Think of subscription as planting yourself under a great tree. The tree does not demand anything of you, but it offers shade in heat, fruit in season, and strength in storms. By subscribing, you are saying, "I will not walk alone. I will grow under this covering." San. And finally, chosen one. There is one more step. Leave a comment. Not long, not elaborate, but real. Words carry weight. When you write them, you are carving your agreement into stone. Say what rests on your heart, whether it is a prayer, a declaration, or a simple, "I receive this." Think of your comment as a seed planted in soil. Alone, it may seem small, but with time and care, it becomes a tree others can find shade beneath. These invitations are not conditions. They are opportunities. They are ways of taking what you have felt inwardly and expressing it outwardly, sealing it, not only in thought, but in action. Chosen one. Imagine looking back one day and seeing not only your crown, but the ripple of others wearing theirs. Because you chose to act now. Imagine the light multiplying, the oil flowing, the nations touched not by one voice, but by many voices rising together. This is what happens when a chosen one does not only hear, but responds. So here we are at the close. 30 sections have ended. But the story continues in you, through you, beyond you. The crown is prepared, the destiny eternal, the call undeniable. Now the choice is yours. Will you let the flame remain in your hand alone? Or will you let it spread? The world is waiting. The heavens are watching. and eternity is recording. Like, share, subscribe, comment. Do it not because you must, but because you may. Do it as a symbol, as a torch passed, as a declaration, I am chosen, and I will not hide my light. No,